All right. Hello. Okay. Welcome everyone to the first live stream on the Striving for Animation channel. All right. Originally we were going to record the work we're doing on these cuts for our
Welcome everyone
to the first video series on this. But the idea came up that we could live stream instead. We thought live streaming would be more beneficial for everybody because people watching can ask questions while we work, and we can explain everything in real time. After everything's done on these cuts, we're still gonna be editing together our video, so look forward to that. Also, forgive any technical difficulties we might have since this is our first time streaming. If you guys notice any issues, let us know in the chat. We'll look into it. And I'm not even sure if chat's gonna show up, but we'll figure that out. Yo, Major X. Let's see. So Will's gonna be drawing during this stream, and we'll both be here to monitor chat and answer questions. Will, did you want to talk a bit about what you're gonna be doing for the stream?
Yeah. For this stream, I'll be trying to get as far as I can in the Daini Genga, the second key, of the 3 cuts that I have for the Striving opening. It'll be slow going, so I'll have time to just go through everything one at a time and just explain things and answer questions as I go along. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
Hey Max, welcome. Our chat should be showing up on the video.
Something's wrong with the audio. Yeah, I'm gonna check on the chat too. Chat box. It's worse. Yeah, I'm not sure why the chat's not showing up.
I'm doing pretty good.
どうやって日本語を習いましたか? I went to a language school for about 2 years. So that's where I learned Japanese.
So it looks like it should be working. Is it all the way at the top in the layers?
I might double check that. Yep, it's already all the way at the top, the chat box. Huh.
Well, I guess I'll just talk to chat while Will's gonna look at our chat so we can get it working on Streamlabs.
Okay, let's see.
You guys have any questions before we start while Will's trying to get that figured out? Thanks, Studio Spider. That's really awesome. Nihongo de benkyou shimashita. I'm studying Japanese. I'm not very good at it. Most people don't, most people don't color in CSP, they color in Paintman or OpenToons. You can color in CSP, but it's a little bit cumbersome. What I personally do is I just, I'll either lock the transparency on the layer and then color it with the G pin, or you can, when you have the paint bucket out, you can uncheck follow adjacent pixels, and then it'll color everything that's the same color on the layer. Vivian, how do you apply to get an animation job in the anime industry? That's a tough one. I'd recommend watching the podcast I had with Will, Remy, and Zucchini Juice, because we talked kind of about 3 different ways to get in. But usually it's through either freelance stuff that you can get through Twitter, or in-house stuff, which requires you to go to Japan, know Japanese, and have a bachelor's degree and get a work visa and all that kind of stuff. We are using Clip Studio Paint, yeah. Oh, hey, Otaku Versus. Dry Ivan, I did not go to animation school. Will did a technical school for 2 years. Igor asking if every anime studio recruits foreigners. No, it depends on the studio. Depends on
The main
if
issue
they're
is
able to handle everything.
Yeah, the main issue is getting a visa. So like, if the studio seems like they don't have enough pull or they can't pay you enough to get a visa, then they won't recruit foreigners. But as long as they understand that they can pay you enough to actually get a visa, then they will. Yeah, I have no idea what to do about the chat.
Let's see. You might just delete the chat box, and then put it back in.
Okay, I'll try.
And then you can shift click to change the size of it. I think it got disconnected from the YouTube settings or something like that.
I'll try that.
That'd be the only thing I could think of that would make sense.
Chat box.
I think Clip Studio Paint is worth it. Like, even the pro version is it's like $250. Jordan asking what my JLPT level is. Mine is like N5. So I'm like, I did a vocabulary test and I'm about at the level of an 8-year-old in Japan. Most I was asking how important it is to learn the skeleton. Oh, whoa, bunch of chat. Okay, now we just gotta move it into place.
Okay. How are you changing the
You
width?
can shift click the transforming things.
Okay.
To change the size of it. How important it is to learn the skeleton. It's kind of good to know what a skeleton looks like. The more anatomy knowledge you have, the better. But what really matters is like external musculature for the most part, and bones that are kind of visible from the outside, like the clavicle and pelvic bones and stuff like that. Skull. And Will, you should be able to stretch it out and make it fit in that pretty nicely.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Hold on a sec. Text color, need to change too.
Yeah, we can make it black or multicolored, doesn't matter.
Stretch.
Vivian asking how fast do freelance animators animate. Depends on the animator. Like, I'm really slow. I can do like 1 cut a day at my current speed.
Generally, yeah, like 1 cut a day is a good minimum to try to keep to, as long as it's not something particularly crazy. And people on the higher end of the spectrum will do like maybe 10 cuts a day or something. Okay, does that work for the chat now?
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay, is black okay? That's kind of sticking out, picking out a bit.
Yeah, maybe a little lighter color, and then maybe we can squeeze it in a little bit into the box. Yeah, JUDESU's, it is definitely easier to animate in CSP. OpenTunes is not really great for anything besides coloring. If you try to use it for anything but coloring, it's gonna bug out and crash. Diane asking what projects have we done. I haven't done very many. I'm actually working on Otaku Versus project right now, their Oda-chan show. And I've got a couple potential anime jobs coming up. And Will's got like a gigantic list of anime that he's worked on.
How many seconds do you suppose the average is a day? Maybe 5 to 10, depending on what you're animating. Okay, finally working.
Jordan asking if we're going to tackle non-creative producer side of the industry in our videos. Maybe after we get all of the animation stuff done.
Yeah. The thing is, we don't want to speak on stuff that we don't actually have first-hand knowledge of, so...
Yeah, exactly. So we would have to get somebody that knows what they're talking about that's produced anime before.
Yeah.
I know we can get Yusuf from Otaku Versus to talk about producing indie anime. But... the emojis look way different on the chat. Okay, well I think we're ready to get started.
Yeah. I just have to turn off Discord notifications.
Will, did you watch the Imaishi stream?
No, I didn't get to see that. I saw like some snippets from it on Twitter. It looked awesome.
By the way, I'm going to try to get to everybody's questions, but if there's too many questions in a row, like I can't answer everything.
Okay, I think I'm good to go now. Okay, so I'll be starting out with like the easier cut, the one with Emily brushing her teeth. It's only 4 keys, 2 keys and 2 Nakawari Sanko in between references. And okay, I have the director corrections in here, and I just have the new folder for second key up here that I made with A1 right here. So one thing that most people would do is they use the actual layer palette to sort of show and hide and like lower the opacity and trace over. But in order to use flip checking, which is like when you flip back and forth between the keys and what you trace, we're going to lower the opacity on this, and let's see if I can get it to work. Register it to the light table and use that to show the image. Which isn't working for some reason. Hold on a sec. Oh, come on now. That's weird.
Thanks, Jordan. I'm glad you're liking the content.
Okay, we have second key here. The actual cells here.
Welcome scene. Jayudesu, when foreigners finish work overseas, they send it back as JPEG, flattened JPEGs of just like whatever stage they were working on, along with the X sheet, so that the people that get it know how to recompile it back into the proper timing.
Okay, I finally got it.
Gunbard's asking if we recommend using 4chan threads as constructive criticism. I think it's a hit or miss. I personally got some really good feedback from 4chan, but
yeah, definitely.
I don't know if today it's as good as it used to be, though. I think IC's kind of. I haven't actually looked at IC in a while.
Last time I checked, like, the best thing about IC is probably the do art daily threads that are just draw stuff daily. Because
the challenge threads.
Yeah, whatever gets you drawing is good, I think. And if people are just crabbing and sort of like just trying to crap all over your work, then maybe not as productive. Okay, so I finally have this registered to the light table. So now if I hit Alt and 2, or Alt and 1, you can flip back and forth between it being visible and invisible. So like, when you're doing a key trace, how that would work is... like, say you're trying to draw lines for the eyes or something, and you think you've traced it accurately, but you use the flipping option, you can see like the angle is totally off, or like the thickness of the lines around here. So when you're tracing the director corrections, as like for second key, you want to avoid having these sort of inconsistencies with the actual corrections, because otherwise the animation director will have to retrace their own drawing again to fix your key. So we're going to be just tracing this basically and trying to keep the nuance of the original correction as much as possible. And technically I could copy paste this since it's like clean, but I'm going to be a principled animator and trace the actual thing. We'll see how it goes. Also, you can lower the opacity here.
Yeah, thanks, Studio Spider. I personally wish that these videos existed 5 years ago. Then I wouldn't have had to make the YouTube channel. But, you know, I'm learning a lot from making the video.
Yeah, I'm like my generation is the Barnes and Noble How to Draw a Manga series book generation, so it's like
Katie Coop. Chris Hart.
yeah, that's it.
Yep.
The classics.
Jordan, I'm just working I'm just doing freelance animation right now, but I'm trying to go back to school so I can get a bachelor's degree because I want to do the Japanese visa route, which requires a bachelor's degree. Cartoon Cow, we're probably going to be doing... Anytime we're working on this stuff, we're going to try to stream it if we can. So we're going to be streaming all of the Tiny Genga except for the first cut, which I did off stream. And then we're going to be, after that video is done, we're going to be moving to Doga, and then we can do streaming for that as well. I wouldn't call what Will's doing cleanup. It's more like tie down.
Yeah, I guess tie down. It is like in second key or key animation cleanup, I guess. But
yeah, it's like finalizing the keyframes. There's not really a direct analog to Western animation for this step. Amato Keita, do you need a bachelor's degree to work as a key animator in Japan? Yes, if you want to work as a key animator while being in Japan. But you can work in the anime industry from abroad.
Yeah, it's just a visa issue for the degree, as far as I understand.
Yeah, and your bachelor's degree has to be relevant to animation. Like, you can't just go in with a business degree and say you want to go draw for anime. Legendary RQA for JLPT in level 2 is probably minimum.
Yeah, and 2's good, I think. I know a lot of other foreign animators in Japan that are around like in 3 to 2 range, and they can sort of scrape by with N3, but N2's better, I think.
Seam, I think we're gonna be streaming until we give out or pass out. So maybe 8 hours? 7 to 8 hours?
Oh, it's Seam. Hey. It's a guy I know from Discord. Okay. Actually, a lot of familiar people in the chat. Thanks for coming.
Studio Spider, we can actually, at this stage, there can be lines that are broken apart. It just needs to be obvious that they're supposed to be connected.
Yeah,
like sometimes when you're doing Doga, you'll have to connect lines.
Yeah, the deal with leaving lines broken apart is that basically a drawing is a bunch of line segments as the shape. So, for example, I'll zoom in on the eye here. You have this line segment and this line segment and an angle here. And so when you're tracing it, if it turns into one line segment, for example, or if it turns into, it is 2 line segments, but the position at the angle is different, that's an easy way to like, go way off model despite the lines looking like they're really close to the original drawing. So for sections like that, and also when you're retracing it, it's harder to understand that this is an actual angle right here at this position. So if you trace this line like this, and then leave just a tiny little gap there, the Doga artist, it's obviously they'll have to connect that, otherwise you can't color it in. But they also know that there's 2 line segments and the angle is exactly there. So it sort of helps as a buffer to avoid the form sort of melting when they retrace it. Yeah.
George Swiss, Will is using it. I don't know which tablet he's using right now.
I'm using a XP pen. What is it? Artist 15.6
XP10.
Pro or something.
Yeah.
But it's just a 16-inch screen tablet.
Amado, I'm learning animation on my own, mostly from friends teaching me and lots of research. Will went to technical school, but also learned a lot working in the industry for the past, like, close to a decade.
Yeah, it's almost 8 years now. Jeez. What am I doing? Gotta get good fast.
Cartoon Cal, the clean drawing that you're looking at is actually the correction.
Oh, this right here, yeah. This
So
is the
there's
correction.
going to be some, there's going to be some keyframes you're going to see from the rough that are going to be pretty rough, like the Doga guides. Yummy Man, how do you get a job as an in-betweener for anime outside Japan?
That's
For
a hard one.
in-betweening, they don't really outsource that for freelancing, so you'd probably have to find a studio outside Japan that works on Doga. Like, there's Doga studios in Korea, Malaysia, China,
Yeah, it'd be hard to do on your
mostly
own. I
East
think.
Asian countries.
I think super rarely
Um,
you'll see people looking for like a really qualified in-betweener or a Doga checker for like a special
you
project
probably
that
get
they're
Doga
working on.
work.
But those would be like random freelance gigs. If you want consistent work, studios don't give out Doga work to individuals, so or individuals at least for the most part. So you'd have to go to a studio somewhere. Okay, so I've done a bunch of the forms here, and I'm gonna do the flip check that I was talking about to see how accurate I was with the trace. And when I'm flipping back and forth, you see just overall, all the lines are sort of jiggling around. And you want to go through and maybe for the hair it doesn't matter as much, but for stuff like the eyes, it's good to have them as pixel accurate as possible for the trace. So like, this is way longer than the original. This is way shorter than the original. And so by this side being too long, this side being too short, if I flip it, the balance is actually off compared to the original correction. So we want to avoid that stuff and sort of zoom in a little bit more and go through and correct those. I think maybe I have the opacity a bit too low to accurately see.
Well, you're using a custom brush, right, for your for the pencil?
For roughs, I had a custom brush, but for cleanup, I'm using this one that I got from the Clip Studio library or something. Or I forget what they call it, but animator senyo riarufu enpitsu. It's like if you search animator on it, it's one of the first brushes that comes up. But it allows you to draw like pretty thin lines while still having a little bit of texture, so it's nice.
Gil Panda, about the curve line tool, at this stage you wouldn't really want to use that because for this specific production, there's gonna be line variation that is harder to make with the curve tool.
Yeah, like you can sort of cheat and use it sometimes, but like I'll use it on the hair, but generally you want when you retrace a drawing, it sort of dies as far as like the liveliness goes. So for key, you want to shoot for like as lively of lines as possible. So quick strokes with the
Tapered ends.
yeah, taper in and tapering out is sort of ideal.
Cartoon Cal, at least within terms of keeping track of all the different layers, I think what helps is if you construct it yourself. I mean, you can use our template. We've got it in our in the links for some of our videos. But just knowing what each layer is for, like we can ignore, like Will's ignoring all the layers except for the Sakon corrections and the
Yeah.
Ichikenga,
I'm only using 2 right now. So it's hard to find those 2, like, kind of brain melting. That's the thing I dislike about Clip Studio the most, is just trying to find everything. Especially if the whole pipeline is in one project.
Yeah, exactly. Normally, you wouldn't have the entire pipeline present in the same file. Normally, you would have just JPEGs that you're working with for retracing and all that, but we're keeping the whole pipeline in here so that when it's done, people can look through it and explore the file and learn from it. Jackson, it is possible to work as a freelancer from abroad. I know of at least, I think off the top of my head, I know like 15 people that are doing that. Personally, I know them that are working from France, the US, Australia, Malaysia. Yeah, JU, I think when we have the final, everything finished, we'll share the file. But I think currently we have some stuff shared on our Patreon. Hello? People are saying my mic dropped.
It dropped for a while, but I think you're back now.
Oh, it could have been... My voice is coming in through Discord and then going through the stream, so it might chop out every once in a while. I'm in the US and Will is in Japan, so there's probably some latency and lag issues that we might have to deal with. NRDN, that's a really good question. What's the point in tracing corrections? The point is so that you learn your mistakes. And it's also to correct, like if you can't just you also can't merge the corrections to the original drawing without retracing it, because the original drawing is gonna be too rough.
And also
so you retrace it so everything's consistent.
The other thing too is that the animation director doesn't correct every single drawing. So in order to sort of both partial drawings and just having keys without drawings on them at all, you would have to sort of retrace in order to do it. Like, I know some people that do copy and paste of the corrections if they're really clean, but you can only use that for specific parts for the most part.
And also sometimes you don't just have one correction, you'll have four different corrections layered on top of each other that you have to combine.
Oh yeah, there is that too. So you have general or animation director and then chief or general animation director on top of that. So general AD might be just the eyes, so you trace just the eyes and then go to normal AD and then trace the rest on top of that. And then maybe just like your pinky from your original layout is left over, so you'll take the layout and then trace the pinky from the layout.
Ju Desu, when separating work for his standard project, do you separate your cuts as separate files? Yes. The shorter, like, you only want one cut per project file. You don't need to have multiple cuts in the same file. Plus, that will lag out your software. All the compilation happens after everything, all the in-betweens in Doga are finished. And after coloring, too.
One thing I did that sort of wasted a little bit of time that usually I try to avoid is that it's best to draw things from bottom to top as much as possible. So like the hand and the toothbrush is on top. You can actually trace that first, and then you don't have to deal with erasing and connecting these lines again. The same thing goes for like hair, or like if the bangs actually cover the eyebrows. Depending on the show, they'll have like transparent bangs or not. So like to look through and be able to trace like top left to bottom, and then also things that are on top first and then things on bottom last will like help you avoid a lot of unnecessary erasing. So that's helpful.
Guild Panda, in terms of CSP camera lag, I've never experienced that. Are you moving the camera around with keyframes, or are you? I don't know what would cause it to lag. Could be your computer's hardware.
You mean in like playback
specs.
Or? Because I know in playback, it's kind of notoriously slow. Apparently hiding the timeline helps with playback to be like a lot smoother. I haven't tried that out yet. I just saw that yesterday.
Artie's wondering what's the most integral thing for getting an anime line quality.
I guess accuracy and that thing that I was talking about earlier when you split things up into line segments. So like for eyes, you have the corners, same amount of corners
and
with
also,
your trace.
And also the pipeline really tries to maintain the drawn look of everything, whereas like Western animation kind of vectorizes it. Which I can segue that into answering the Klaus question. Klaus basically got rid of all the lines for the most part, which I don't really like. It's cool that 2D's coming back to the West potentially, but I think they're trying too hard to look like CG. Anton, this is for an upcoming episode. We're going to be talking kind of in, I don't want to say brief, but in detail about what, summarizing kind of everything that we've been doing, we're going to be doing in these streams, just like the previous How Anime is Made videos.
Yeah, basically this with just shorter and with less fumbling.
Yeah.
Here I go with the cursed curve tool, but if you use it, go ahead and like taper the edges by hand. That'll look better. I'm such a fraud.
Mimi Fox, if background objects come in contact with characters, you probably want to make it into a cell. If possible, it's kind of... If you just make it into a book, like a floating background object, it might not work very well.
If the object doesn't move, it kind of works. Like if you draw a drop shadow too for the parts, it'll look particularly. Like that's how to get it to look as good as possible. But if stuff moves and you want like the book to slide, well,
yeah, it'll look weird unless you
while the
maybe you'd have to
animation is
paint
moving.
every single frame.
Yeah, it won't.
Or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that doesn't work out. So you would have to draw it as a cell. Yeah, I saw the thing about tapering the curve tools. I still haven't configured that. I think I have a bunch of like.
I've tried so hard to get that to work, and just when you're on a vector layer, it doesn't turn out very well.
It turns into a dotted line, right?
Yeah. Planetary Hugo is asking if it's true that anime studios sometimes ask other studios to help. That is a big, all capital yes.
Yeah. Almost universally, nothing's done.
Yeah. Everyone's asking for help from everybody because everyone has too much work to do and too little time.
Which is essentially like one of the main problems. Like, you have more interdependence and more like sudden requests for extra work, the more studios and productions you have. So it just sort of. Everybody's.
But what's good about that is if you're a freelancer, it means that there's work for you.
Yeah. We are in a work recruit boom and also a, what is it? Like salary boom for animators as well. Like a lot of shows have doubled their cut pay just in the last 2 years. So hopefully more good things to come.
Hugo, with managing mouth sync, animators typically don't worry about that unless it's specifically. Basically, you'll give whatever mouth shapes are needed for the cut. A lot of times it's just open, middle, closed, and then you'll just give them drawings of that and then you write it in the X sheet. But ideally, the Inshutsu will give you the correct timing for the vocals. But ultimately, it's going to get finally timed in composite. And also, most anime doesn't do full-on lip syncing.
Yeah,
there's rarely full character acting with lip syncing.
There's a step called cutting where they make basically an animatic and finalize the timing. And during that step, the Inshutsu will usually write in the timing of the dialogue. And it won't be like, sometimes they'll already have voices recorded and it'll be like correct to the frame, but other times it won't be fully correct. And they just have the time range which a character is speaking, and then you just have open, middle, close mouths. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, just going back and forth at random for that duration. And then if the start and end is off, then they'll adjust that once other things are done.
EA 14. In terms of studios inviting foreigners who have animating experience to work in-house, that really depends on your Japanese skill and whether or not you have a bachelor's degree relevant to animation or drawing. And if you've worked with them before, then they're probably more likely to hire you in-house. But like you can, for the other half of your question, you can skip straight to Genga if you're doing freelance, because that's the Ginga work is what they primarily hire out for freelancers. Celestial, that's a good question. And what's the significance of the different colors used in the line art? Typically, blue lines are shadows, like shadow outlines, and red lines are highlight outlines.
And the green
Black
lines
is-
are either secondary shadow outlines or like extra color separation outlines. So like these.
Yeah, and sometimes
circles
they'll
and
get
lines.
used for gradient blending.
Yeah.
In terms of like the shadow colors that Will is using, that's just kind of like a digital pipeline thing. It's something that's just kind of easy to do because you don't have to fumble around with a bunch of different colored pencils. You can just fill in sections to better separate it so people know what shadows go where.
Yeah, like for example,
This kind of helps later.
is this like say when this comes up to the paint stage and this section will get cut off, so and maybe the Doga artist doesn't pick up this line, is this section skin color or is it the shirt color? So you use the different shading colors in order to determine that so people don't mess it up, because otherwise just looking at line art it's difficult to guess with 100% accuracy which parts are which, if that's what the question was.
Yeah, I think that answered his question. Seems asking if Twitter's the best place to be scouted for freelance work.
Yeah, I think so.
I'd say it's probably like the only place, unless you have like a website that your stuff's on that actually has traffic. But the main thing is just being known as an freelance animator. Then if you're known as a freelance animator, you'll probably get scouted regardless of where you are. Twitter's easy though, because they can just look for people that are posting animations.
The joke among like older people in Japan is that in order to become an animator, you have to go through the difficult process of writing "I'm an animator" on Twitter.
Yeah. And write it in Japanese. Portocana, how are backgrounds made? Well, the keyframers actually draw the layout for the background. Typically, though, some studios will have a separate layout step. Like, I think Kyoto Animation has a separate layout step where the background's decided on. But after the background's corrected by the Sakon and the Inshutsu, then it goes to painting, and then that can be painted or created anywhere. Like, it could be physical painting, it could be digital painting, it could be CG, it could be completely effects.
Most of the time it's painted in Photoshop, and they do it at the same resolution as the actual backgrounds. So it's usually like A4 150 or 200 DPI image.
Well, you might be able to answer this question. Dream High is asking, how does Bahi JD get away with his keys? Wouldn't it be hell to correct?
He draws good enough that you don't have to correct anything.
Yep, there you go.
So. Like all of his Space Dandy stuff was pretty much no corrections. Hello.
DSJ, we have a podcast, kind of. I would say we would have an episode once every 3 months, and we have 2 episodes out right now. First one is talking about getting into the anime industry. We have 2 animators who work in studios and one that's a freelancer. Then the second podcast is with Ilya Kushvinov, who's an artist and illustrator and animation director from Russia who's living in Tokyo. Mohammed's asking, is it possible to get a work visa if you have work experience but not a bachelor's degree?
I'm not sure about that actually. Maybe.
From what I understand, you can. It's a bachelor's degree or 6 years of experience. But it would be very, very hard as a freelancer to prove that you have 6 years of experience.
Also, the other thing is for freelancers, they don't accept that as a work visa, so you'd have to find a studio that would hire you with your experience. And then they would sponsor the visa.
Dream High Animation, how far would you go for layout in terms of quality? If you go watch our video about Daiichi Genga or First Key, there's some good examples there of how far you should go for layout. Like basically 1 or 2 really clean keys or relatively clean keys, relatively clean background, and then the rest can be pretty rough because it's possible that the Sakon's going to change a lot of stuff.
Yeah. The idea with having the 1 or 2 cleaned up stuff is that that's your basically template base for how you're going to clean up the rest of the rough stuff. And also having shadows on those 1 or 2 will help have the lighting data for the cut as well, because that's an important part of the shot.
Yeah.
Of course there's exceptions, like people that just do like super rough for layout, but generally speaking, it's good to have those 1 or 2 clean. And some people even just do like everything super clean. So. But that's kind of like difficult to do that and also eat food every month, so you have to kind of balance that.
Slippery Pig, how I get smooth and consistent lines. If you're trying to get smooth and consistent lines with your drawing tablet, just do warm-ups and exercises. Just draw a bunch of straight lines, draw a bunch of curves, draw a bunch of circles, and try to get your arm used to drawing smooth lines. When you're on like Doga or in betweening and cleanup, you can use vector tools and a mouse, but that depends on what you're working on. Sometimes you can't get away with that.
Also, a general tip for me is, this is also from Anime Shijuku. He says the same thing. Muroi-san says, like, hold your pen or stylus a little bit farther back and try to use long strokes. And then from me, I guess, doing life drawing every day, some kind of line contour drawing, where you are very deliberate about where you're putting your lines, can help you sort of learn to control your hand better. But I'm really bad at that too. I gotta get back on the life drawing horse.
Jorwa is about Sakuga animations if they need corrections. Everything that's submitted, for the most part, needs corrections unless the Genga artist is really, really good.
Yeah. Like even a person that's working as the animation director on that specific episode, their cuts will be corrected. And sometimes it's themselves correcting their own cuts. Because like layout is sort of the rough stage, and then they look over their own cut with fresh eyes and do corrections on it like that.
Dry Yvonne, for my first animation job, would it be a good idea to be an in-betweener? That's where it used to be that you would start off at a studio as an in-betweener, but because of the outsourcing that's happening, you're more likely to start off. Well, you think people are more likely to start off just doing Negan, or
yeah,
just going straight
Negan or straight to layout. As far as like what's a good idea, I think it's good to have maybe like a year of Dolga experience if you can, because just there's a lot of stuff that you learn during that time period so that you can make keys that don't cause any problems for anybody. So that's an important experience, or at least if you want to do layout, you can look up how people do Doga and understand that as the person that's going to be cleaning up after you in some cases.
Otaku Versus is asking, do you guys have a dream production that you would want to work on in the future, or a production in the past that's a huge inspiration for you?
That's a hard one. Got anything?
I really want to eventually work on like original anime movies. I recently was like super inspired by Kimi no Nawa. I kind of like the direction that that's going in terms of anime production. If it was 10 years ago, if I was like my age right now 10 years ago, I would say probably I would love to work at Studio Ghibli, but now I would not say that, because they're pretty much done. Like, I mean, they still exist, but all the guys that would have been awesome to work for are pretty much on their way out.
For me, I guess ideal production. Like, I want to work on movie stuff too, if I get the chance. It's just hard to make time for it. Just stuff that, like, as long as I can take time to sort of work on the cuts more thoroughly, that's the kind of general direction that I want to go. And it's difficult to choose one because I sort of want to be well-rounded in the future. So as far as dream projects, anything high quality.
Amado's asking, have you ever had the chance to work on a mainstream anime?
I've worked on Naruto before, and Beyblade is kind of mainstream.
I might, in 4 months, have something on a mainstream anime.
I did Sword Art Online,
but I don't believe I'm allowed to talk about it. Already asks, what do you guys think of Studio Yota's work with Flash webgen animators?
I think they're tons of fun. At my old studio, I was actually showing all of the Japanese guys, like the different. They did, like, what is it? The band that Ego Raptor has, Star something. They did, like, the music videos that they did for that were really awesome. So I was like playing those at work.
A couple people mentioned Tenkinoko or Weathering with You. I have not seen it yet because I'm waiting till it comes to theaters in the United States.
Yeah, I still haven't seen it either.
I know I can probably find some sketch website to watch it on, but I think it'd be cooler to see it in theaters.
Ah, Starbomb, yeah, that's it. Band.
Legendary RQA is asking if you still do anything for Girls on Panzer.
No, I actually not with Actus anymore, so I haven't worked on it. I would have loved to work on like the movies, but like I did, what was it? Princess Principal. That was Actus as well, but didn't get any offers for Girls on Panzer. Just Doga back in the day.
Yeah, Jordan, and in terms of Tenki Noko being disappointing to you, I remember hearing Makoto Shinkai talk about how Kimi no Na wa was overrated because he thought that he was kind of afraid that he wouldn't be able to get the same response from future movies. So I think that's why he said that. I mean, as long as he keeps consistent quality, I think that his movies are going to continue to be pretty good.
Oh, this is taking forever.
Yuli has a certificate in graphic design, associate in arts, bachelor's in art, trying to find a studio in Japan. You could try applying, if you have some animation work that you've done, you could try applying for some studios that support English speaking animators. But if you speak Japan, your options will increase drastically. There's also like if you can apply for OLM Asia, who is in Malaysia and they speak English. So, Will, how long do you think it normally takes for a frame?
For this detail, it's usually like
tiny,
between 20 and 40 minutes. I don't know how long we've been going so far. It's like, hasn't it been like an hour at least?
69
Oof.
minutes.
Oof.
But we also had technical difficulties at the beginning, so you're probably getting close to 50 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's way too long.
Well, you've also been stopping to explain some stuff, so.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Spinal from the Steven Universe movie? I've not seen that.
I haven't seen it either. I know, what is it? Ori Takafumi-san has worked on that, didn't he?
Yeah. Right.
It's cool seeing these productions with like, I mean, I guess back in the day, like the DuckTales and Bugs Bunny and stuff was animated with Japanese staff, but to see it more of a collaboration kind of thing instead of an outsourcing thing is cool.
I'm gonna butcher your name, but Joao. Applying to help a studio with cut and what are the criteria?
Or
I feel like
applying
you're more
to a
likely to
studio.
get work if you. I feel like getting approached is a more common way of getting work. So if you just like make animations and post it on Twitter, and then put in your description that you're available for freelance work, you might get noticed. If you really want to improve your chances, though, you've got to have someone recommend you that has already been in the industry. because the production assistants are always looking for more people to put on their contact list. Is Krita a good software to make animations? I don't know. Never used it, but I've seen people make real cool stuff with it.
It's good for like roughs, but if you're the kind of person that needs an out of pegs feature, where you take the drawing out of the peg holes and then move it for in-betweening, it doesn't have that feature, so it's not viable for people in the Japanese pipeline for the most part. Unless you're like a action animator that doesn't use that kind of stuff very much.
Nate's asking, have you guys ever attended Comic-Con?
Yeah. I've actually had a booth there once or twice before.
Is there any good books or resources for learning Japanese animation? Yes, but they're all in Japanese.
Sadness.
Best place to learn Japanese animation in English is this YouTube channel called Striving for Animation. I've been thinking of putting together a kind of document book that kind of could be a reference for Japanese animation in English, but that would probably not be finished for about 2 years. Most of the books that are about Japanese animation that are in Japanese, though, you can learn a lot from just by looking at. The best thing that I would recommend is look for cut compilation books. Like I think you can buy Genga books from like Imaishi and stuff like that. Like buying the production materials is probably the best way to learn, because you can expose yourself to what you're ignorant about, and then you can try to figure out what things mean or why people are doing things a certain way. Legendary Arcade, why is this information so scarce in English before our channel? Just because there hasn't been enough English-speaking animators working in the industry that have come back or been willing to share the information.
Yeah.
There was a large group of French animators that worked in Japan for a while. They went back to France and they started a website called Finalizing.
Connection.
And that website is actually, we reference that a lot for our channel's research, because French is easier to translate to English than Japanese. Yeah, it's basically just a lack of people willing to put information out.
I think the other thing for me too
even
is like, I'm not a high grade animator, so trying to do something like this, you run the risk of being like the blind leading the blind. And so I think a lot of people working in the industry just see it as hubris to do. But I think there's at least some stuff that I know is quantifiably not incorrect. So like as far as experience and what's like how things are done on average. So I can speak with at least some authority on that if you divorce what I'm saying about the process from my actual skills.
Yeah, and a lot of the reason we actually made this channel too is because people on like our art discords were asking the same questions. So we thought it'd be easier to just be like, hey, here's a video we made about this that explains it way better than I can explain it in text format right now. Oh, the website. Francis Connection was started by Thomas Romaine, who you guys probably know on YouTube as kid draws, dad finishes, or something like that. Will, is there somewhere that people can read your dojins?
I haven't put them online just because it didn't really sell that much, but I could think about that, like maybe get a booth.pm or something. It's just illustration books with one of my animator friends, so nothing that interesting. Maybe I'll put it online sometime. Hopefully for next year's Comic Cat or something, I could make these, all of the materials for this into some sort of keyframe booklet.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Might be cool.
Oh yeah, I butchered his name too. It's Tomas.
Roman Tomas. Tomas Roman. Thomas Romaine. No, but he's in the is he still at Satellite? I'm not sure, but he did the whole like France to satellite connection thing, doing like background design for, I think he started with the Aria OVAs as like a background director. His perspective tutorials are really super useful.
Yeah, if we do make a, what's Gum? I don't know what Gumroad is, but Hero's saying that we should, if we make a keyframe booklet, sell it on Gumroad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard of, I guess what is that project? One of the animators for, what was that? They did like a Sherlock anime reboot and released that on Gumroad. Yeah, that would be cool.
Oh, there's something I wanted to respond to earlier. Let's see. Oh, Pastaru. Thanks. I'm glad you find everything helpful that we're doing. Oh, wow. Also, grats on the successful channel, Pastaru. Good question, Legendary. If we were working on this every day 9 to 5, we probably would have been done by now. So it's like how long is the animation? Like 90 seconds?
30, I think. I think it was 30.
30 seconds? Yeah, it might be 30. Yeah, that would only take like a month maximum.
Yeah,
less than a month. Well, Slube, thanks for the super chat.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
We actually made a thing that pops up.
Yeah. There it is. Repurposing old animation. Actually, for Comiket, that animation itself I made into like one of the doujins that I made. So I had all of the keys there, and then a QR code that you can scan, and then it plays the in-between animation. So for this stray hair here, on the original corrections, there's a notation for oh, come on.
Boppo, you are allowed to listen to music while you work at most studios. That is not normal for the Japanese workforce, though. It's kind of unique to animation art jobs, I guess. But I'm still like torn. I don't know whether or not I want to listen to music or not while I'm animating, because sometimes I'm really productive if I sit in silence. Because it makes if you have music going, it kind of slows time down.
There we go. So on the original corrections, it says 一本線は入ってお願いします. So this is single lines should be drawn as a highlight, or draw this single line as a highlight, please. So she has a stray strand of hair that's drawn in black here. So you can see hai is highlight, and then onegaishimasu, please. So that's one of the ones that you'll kind of see sometimes. Like, make this a shadow, or make this a highlight, or make this a separate cell. And so you'll see this, whatever you're supposed to make it into, and onegaishimasu with like an arrow drawn. It's fairly common. And then while we're at it, I'll show the other ones. This is shu for shusei. It means correction. And the general animation director on top of that will write shu no shu. So like correction of correction.
Well, that was a ippon sei wa hai de onegaishimasu.
Ippon sen wa hai de onegaishimasu. Ippon sen wa hai de
I'm typing it in. I'm typing it in so chat has it.
Here, I'll do it.
I think I got it right.
Oh yeah, that's good.
My kanji reading's paying off.
Nice. And then down here underneath I have A3 と3個合わせてくださいませ。合わせてくださいませ. And this is adjust A3 and the in-between references to this frame. So like, there's only one of the 4 frames that's corrected, but use this as the basis for correcting the other 3 frames. お願いしますください. The difference.
Let's think. Is that a good?
It's like, please, the difference between
yeah,
please or
yeah.
can you, I guess. But as far
It's
as
more
usage goes,
formal,
it's basically the same
too.
thing.
Seam, you can post links here. That's fine.
Yeah, on the music question, I think it's better not to listen to it, but a lot of times, if you're really tired, listening to music can help you continue working. Because otherwise, you'll fall asleep after a really long session of animating.
Animation takes, so it can cripple you. Listen to music, but
I mean, I know
if you're
Bahi
coloring,
JD talks
you can
about
listen to music.
like really enjoying just listening to music and animating. So, I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
it
like
just
you
depends.
can't be a great animator and listen to music if that's your prerogative. Just personally, I'll find like if I put music on and then forget to play something else when it like stops playing, is when I get the best work done.
Yeah, that's what happens to me. Like I'll be listening to music, and then the YouTube will time out, and then it like I'll be done with all my work, and it's been 5 hours since I left.
Okay.
Oh, you can actually bring this up on the stream. Well, Seam was trying to link this in chat.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, here's an excerpt from the book. One of the other ones that I did. There it is.
TSJ, whose mic's cutting out? Is it mine or Will's?
I have a mini timesheet right here too, so you know the time. But those are fun to make. I'm trying to do one. I missed this year, like I didn't even have time to attend Comic-Con, but hopefully I'll be putting a book out next time. And maybe put it on some kind of online distribution as well. Like a digital version.
How accurate is Shirobako?
It's kind of like
It's dramatized.
it's accurate, but it's not like there's not enough despair at all.
Yeah, they're too happy.
And of course, like for it to be a show that you actually want to watch, you don't want that much despair in it. But there's a animation production episode of Golden Boy towards the end. I think it's the last episode in the OVA. That's pretty accurate representation as far as.
If you want a really accurate representation, read animeta. It's a manga that talks about the Japanese production pipeline.
I haven't heard of that.
And it's actually educational, which I was surprised.
Nice.
It's still brief, but because it has to be entertaining, but
Okay, 40 years later, I'm almost done with this first key. So I'm going through and doing the shadow markup now.
for sake of time, it might be good to wait till the end to show the before and after.
Oh, of just this traced key? I can flip it
Yeah,
back and
like
forth though to
that
check.
versus the rough.
Yeah, I can check that though, because it's one of the things that I need to make sure is okay.
Oh, okay.
Part of the confirmation process. Clip
Is there an
Studios.
age limit for animators?
18 plus apparently, but there's lots of exceptions. Like I know people that have started working at 13. So
In terms of what about the other end of the spectrum?
on the other end of the spectrum, usually they like people under 26, but I know older people that have started at like 35 or something and have done well.
If you're retirement age, you probably already have to be a good animator.
Yeah.
Or I think you have to be a
Well,
good animator.
Like if I don't know, I kind of doubt that they would take you.
Even that'd be hard.
No, I mean if you were a good animator,
I mean,
of course.
If you were Hayao Miyazaki applying for a studio, you'd probably get a job.
Yeah, I mean if you're competent, then of course you'll get the job. But if you're not, and you're like wanting to start out, then what they cite in Japan is that people have like less neuroplasticity when they're older, so and they're like less willing to listen to younger people telling them what to do. So there's some studios that write that on their website, like don't apply if you're
I'm gonna
over
run into
26
trouble.
or something.
I'm gonna run into trouble because I'm 26. Wait, am I 26? I don't even know how old I am.
Oof.
Let's
I don't
see.
know. If you're young at heart, a lot of times they'll just sort of ignore the rules.
Yeah, I'm 26. So by the time I graduate college, I'm gonna be 28, which is old for getting started in the anime industry. If I go, but hopefully I'm gonna have experience by then as well. So
And there's not many rules in the industry that don't have tons of exceptions. Sometimes like to a detriment, but in this case I think even if you're like mid-30s, you could probably find a job as long as you've actually put in some work to increase your competence.
Jay, you during this cut in the stream. That stream will happen probably 4 months from now. Because we still have to do after Dainigen is done, there's going to be another set of checks. And then after those checks are done, then there's going to be the doga. And then once the doga is done, then it will get sent to coloring. So as far as since we release content so infrequently, it'll probably be a while. And we're in somebody that really knows coloring, because we don't want to speculate too much, or we don't want to speculate at all if we can avoid it. Cal, he's coloring in the spaces just as a guide for the Doga artist, so that and the color artist, so they know kind of what shadows are for where.
Like if you don't have the markup on, the shadow markup on, basically you have just all these lines. And so like looking at this area, which side of which is the shadow. So in order to make that easy to understand, you fill it all in.
Unlike traditional Genga, they would, like on paper Genga, they would just kind of put scribbles on the side spots where the shadows are.
Yeah, depending on the person, people will do that for digital as well. Like they'll use the colored pencil. Ooh, that's huge. And just like shade it in like this. A couple of my friends work like that, and that works just fine. But I like using the paint bucket tool because it's less wrist motion.
Legendary is wondering about the age thing. How much of it is social hierarchy and how much is ageism?
I think it's mostly what I said about people being seen as less willing to accept criticism and instruction from younger people is how it's seen in Japan. So if you see that as ageism or hierarchy, I'm not sure which it is exactly, but I think that's the reason behind it, is that things work better if the people doing the instructing are older or have more, I guess older, not more experience. But ideally older and more experienced.
Yeah, at least as far as science goes, you do have lower neuroplasticity the older you get. So it's not even necessarily ageism, it's just kind of being realistic, I guess.
Also, one more thing about Doga is that it's really rough on your hand. Digital much less so, but particularly during the analog era when these rules were made, is that once you're past 40 or something, your lines will be too shaky to even draw proper cleanup. Like if you want really solid cleanup, it's difficult to do further into your career. But yeah, anybody wanting to be an animator should try to do some workout for forearm muscles and stuff, because that'll help a lot with your longevity and also not getting tendonitis or something.
Well, would you say this is too typically the amount of cleanliness for Negan, or do you think this is cleaner than most Negan?
This is somewhat typical. I think I'm taking maybe just way too much time on other things that aren't the actual drawing. But as far as like cleanliness, this is somewhat typical. Specifically, or particularly for like a close-up shot like this. Stuff with lots of action or stuff that's further away, sometimes it'll be a little bit more loose. But this is fairly standard fare, I think.
Will, what do you have your stabilizer set to?
I think it's off.
16?
Oh, 6.
6. Okay. It's like minimal.
Yeah. And these red X's I'm putting in are called Nukishiji. Basically just means that this part isn't filled in. It'll be a transparent section. Because otherwise, it might be hard to differentiate that this isn't a chunk of hair. It's just a loose strand. Okay, I think that's done. opacity so low? Oh, there you go. Hello. So there's the layout after it's been resized. And there's the second key. Layout and second key. I don't know what it is about the light table right now. I'm just being like super finicky. I don't know what's up with it. It looks like generally everything's getting picked up properly. That will work. A trace, I believe. So,
JDS is wondering if the yellow fill is done to make the work stand out from the back.
for the highlights, I wonder which one.
No, I think he's talking about the stock on paper.
Oh yeah, the yellow fills are. I mean, it's color coded just so you know who drew what, and it's sort of superficially left over. I mean, you could technically get away with the text label on a computer, but you just try to use a color that's light enough that doesn't make it difficult to see the shading.
And if you are talking about the yellow on the cells, that's just another key to show people what is and isn't a cell, so kind of helps them prevent them from coloring in gaps in here and stuff.
Yeah, this one's for highlights, and then the more pale yellow on the layout is to specify what is a cell. So like, this isn't background art sort of thing. And like, for example, in the layout, there's also this cup, and depending on the production or the cut, this could very much easily be a book. So in order to denote that this is a cell, that's why it's filled in yellow.
Can we touch on OpenTunes and Redis? OpenTunes is a open source software that was developed for Studio Ghibli, but now it's kind of been taken over by a open source development community, and they're trying to make it work better for actually drawing in and all that stuff. But it's a good free app for coloring and bringing in scans. Redis is Celsys's original suite for digital animation that pretty much dominated the industry for the most part. I don't know how long they've been around, but my guess is 15 to 20 years, maybe 15 years.
Yeah, since like 1999 or something, I think.
Yeah. And if you use their software, you'll see why. Like, you'll know that it's an old program. But it kind of is what created the digital pipeline as we know it today. But now the digital pipeline's changing a bit because people aren't drawing on paper anymore. They're finally starting to move to digital for drawing.
So I'm using a cell template with each of the layers are bound to a single color. So if I choose the red folder, or the red layer, even if I have pink selected up here, it'll draw in red. It's a little bit easier to keep track of everything with this. Because otherwise you could accidentally draw pink on your red layer or red on your blue layer. It's kind of confusing.
Do you recommend people to separate their layers like that, or is it just kind of your personal preference?
I guess it's my personal preference, because if you have, some people will do a black layer and then all of the color trace, but if you have complicated designs, you'll have to end up fixing whether you have the blue line on top or on bottom, and it's less flexible that way. So it's good to have them all separate, and then not having to worry about choosing colors up here is nice. Just having to click the...
So you've got it where you click on the layer and it changes the color of the pen.
Yeah, the layer only supports one color, is the way it's set up.
Okay, I need to do that. I keep wasting so much time drawing the wrong color on the wrong layer.
Yeah, that's infuriating.
Mark's asking, when you write the setifu in the timesheet, is kanji rewritten as katakana?
Katakana or hiragana, yeah, because it's basically written in by syllable, that they understand the timing.
Someone's wondering if your Emily drawing, or like the mascot drawing, is a reference to Rohan Kishibe.
Not particularly. Like I can understand the
Parallel
similarity, yeah, but wasn't really thinking about it. I just wanted to go with like a red and white color scheme because of the Japan thing, since we're trying to introduce like Japanese animation. Other than that, I wasn't really thinking particularly.
Sion, thanks for the super chat. Thanks for watching.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm glad YouTube has a separate chat for like live, because the stream it puts us in sync with the chat on the video.
Oh, okay.
If we were reading the video chat, there'd be a huge lag.
Huh. Yeah, I'm really feeling the what was it, Milk called it said, don't listen to music while you're animating. Streaming and animating, it's like 40 times the brain overload.
Yeah, it's too bad there's not a way to
I mean, I'm just tracing stuff too.
music, yeah.
Big respect for anybody that can actually animate.
Thanks, Joao. See ya.
See you later.
I like to paint backgrounds. How would I go about scanning them in? You can use a camera. That's the easiest way. Because most scanners aren't, unless you're painting on like small paper.
Well, if you're doing animation backgrounds, it would be A4. So as long as your scanner supports that. The thing is, if you're doing backgrounds for animation, even a normal scan sort of distorts the image. So like if the paper is floating off of the glass by a millimeter in one section and stuck to it in another section, and you have a character's hand that's like cut with a particular part of the background, that'll go like off center when you scan it in. So I would want to recommend avoiding a camera if you can and using the scanner to sort of keep the distortion to a minimum. At least that's what most people do in Japan. But if it's just backgrounds for the sake of backgrounds, camera's good.
Maxie, we will be doing a video on composition. That one's going to be an episode that was going to require a lot of research. And probably really knows what they're doing.
For the composite video, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm meeting with some composite staff to sort of discuss like the general overview and like how to do what. I've been sort of messing around in After Effects to try to get it on point. So hopefully we won't be totally incompetent and factually inaccurate.
Yeah. And if we think we might be, we'll have a big fat disclaimer at the beginning.
Yeah. At the very least, we'll be using sort of true to the pipeline plugins and filters and stuff. So
yeah,
should turn out okay. AT, let's make that a B. Bait.
So you have this as a cell instead of a book. What's the reason for that?
I guess I like when these sort of like non-character things are drawn in a cell with some detail. Like it gives the animation a more sort of cohesive look. And the other thing is like the toothbrush was a cell, so to sort of make it similar in like, well, the toothbrush goes in here, so it has the same parts. For it to be colored in a similar way makes it look a little bit more congruous with the scene.
Mm-hmm. So in the Daini Ginga stage, is that where you're going to close up the drawings on the edge of the live area, or is that for Doga to figure out?
You don't have to do. So for example, I'm extending this section of the cup where in the Enshitsu process you resized it so it's a little bit smaller. So I'll extend this so it has a drawing. But for example, if you have an arm that goes out of the screen like this, and you have the hands, in the Doga process you'll put a straight line across to close that off. But for key, you don't really need to do that. You can just leave it like this.
Difference between a cell and a book. A book is a background element that's painted like back in the day, it would have been like on a transparency slide. That's used for depth, or if like a cell is behind a background element. A cell is going to be something that's typically animated, but it's colored like it's going to be animated. So it'll be like paint bucket and all that, as opposed to being like realistic. He's wondering, does Will ever get burnt out from animating?
Yeah. I was on the verge of a really bad burnout earlier this year. But I'm doing a little bit better lately.
Do we use Redis and in between animation and color? There's no need to use Redis right now because Clip Studio's pretty good for in-betweening, or Doga. Coloring's kind of meh. I wouldn't recommend coloring in CSP. Unless there's been like I'm sure there's gonna be a pipeline. Someone's gonna develop a pipeline that's gonna be efficient for Clip Studio for coloring, but until then, it's gonna be taken out to other programs for now.
For in-betweening in not Clip Studio, but
Redis.
A lot of domestic studios in Japan, like Toei, I think still uses it. UFO Tables, Doga Studio still uses it. So like as a really bare bones in-between only program, it's actually fairly good. But most newer studios have started using Clip Studio Paint, just because it's the future. I don't know, it's a lot easier to, like the interface is a lot easier to deal with, and it does better with higher resolution images.
Nate's asking, have you both ever put illustrations on DeviantArt or Pix IV?
I had a DeviantArt account when I was in high school.
Yeah, I had a DeviantArt in high school as well. I purged everything off that DeviantArt account though, because as soon as I realized how bad everything was, I took it down. Dry Evon, these are not keyframe checks. This is the step after keyframe checks. So basically, Will is taking the corrections that were made on the rough Genga, or the first key, and implementing all the changes. So it's basically doing final tie down for the keyframes.
And then we'll have a second key check after this to check if the tracing is accurate, and if there's, for the drawings that have been adjusted to the Sakan's corrections, if things are off about that, they'll be redrawn in clean lines.
After this stage, the Genga animator will never get the cut again.
Yeah.
Gil Panda, yeah, a lot of shows are starting to use Kakani.
Yeah, I do see that.
I think Kakani is a good thing. Doga is extremely tedious. It's just, I wouldn't recommend using Kakani on like complicated motions, like a walk cycle. Like it's good for like translation motion. But if AI can take over Doga, then that'd be fine.
Yeah, I've seen stuff like separate from Kakani where it's like AI driven Genga trace or AI in betweening as well. So instead of
maybe eventually it'll just be Genga, and then computers will do the rest.
As far as like three-dimensional rotation and stuff, that probably never happened, but the automatic tracing and stuff is actually really good looking.
Something that's really weird, Clip Studio added in AI coloring, where you can just put like blobs in the spaces, and you hit automate color, and then it just. But it's more like for painting.
So yeah, if you look at the trace for this, it's off by a pretty big margin, but the cell itself is going to be blurred in post, and also it's a non-character element, so I mean it's okay to be a little bit less accurate on this kind of stuff. Okay, next key.
2 hours in, 2 frames in. I feel like some of the other cuts might actually be faster for each frame because they're more zoomed out.
Yeah. This is really overboard on the air detail. Okay, so I'm gonna do this.
So, what's the typical pay rate for a cut like this for Nigen?
2,000 yen. So it's about 20 US dollars. Particularly for like a low key count like this.
Mm-hmm.
And if the show pays particularly well, they'll do 4,000 yen.
On average, how many frames can you finish per hour? Earlier, Will said, you said 1 every 30 minutes, maybe?
Yeah. Like if I'm really focused and it's not over detailed, it can be like 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's for the whole cut. But for something this short, like, you can probably get it done in 2 hours if you're really focused. So it'd be like $10 per hour.
Yeah, also I'm kind of battling with the template right now, so once I'm used to that, I'll probably pick up speed a little more.
There isn't a set number of frames per cut, but like for Ginga, you're probably only working on maybe like five frames, 5 or 6 for a shortcut. EA14, if you go to sakugafoundry.com, I believe I've got a running glossary of terms. See if I can find that. It's like a work in progress though. See if I can find it.
Okay, finally.
There we go. Yes, this will be saved after it's over. I hope. I think we set it up right. Do we agree that Kimetsu no Yaiba is the animation of the decade according to Funimation? I disagree.
The decade? I don't know, it's a good show, but
I don't know. I think the style really impressed a lot of people. But I think if you took away the stylization of like all the attacks and stuff like that, it would be probably on par with some other really well animated stuff and not really stand out that much. I mean, it's got really good animation, motion, and physics and stuff, but I feel like Violet Evergarden probably should have got animation of the decade.
animation of the decade. It's such a hard category to choose. It's like a Evangelion of this decade, basically. It's hard to find a show that was like as influential as that.
Yeah. Well, I think the category was actually best animation of the decade.
Oh, okay.
As opposed to just best of the decade.
Or like representative of the decade. Okay. Because if it was like animation of the decade, as far as like what had the most influence, something like Suzumiya Haruhi would be like way up there, I think. Because that was one of the things that got the whole like Moya anime trend.
The Moe thing, yeah.
Suzumiya Haruhi or K-On! Or something.
I mean, Attack on Titan had good animation.
Yeah,
Like if the category is about quality drawing, motion.
I swore to myself that I'd never zoom in past 150% for cleanup, but here I am doing it again. I'll never be able to quit.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't if you guys watching, if you're wondering why Will said that, if you zoom in too much, you're gonna waste time. Because things are just not visible.
Well, the other thing is like it's a longer stroke to draw too. Every single thing. You get diminishing returns. It's difficult striking that balance.
Is Full Metal? I don't think Brotherhood's this decade. Could be.
Oh yeah, 2010s and onward. Holy. Yeah, Haruhi's not even for this decade. What am I talking about?
Yeah, Brotherhood started in 2009, so I guess it doesn't count. Yeah, Heckmar, thanks for joining the website. It's kind of like a work in progress. Community is still kind of forming, but it's the only place I know of right now that is trying to be kind of like just a animator form, specifically Japanese animation. Aldo, thanks for the super chat.
Oh, thank you.
Noodle box.
You're seeing them in the chat before the notification pops up, I guess?
Well, the notification won't pop up on stream until it actually gets onto YouTube.
Oh, okay.
So our audio is going to time probably close to where that thing popped up.
Alright. Keeps feeling like you're traveling through time, finding the super chats before I do the notification.
Oh, it's showing up. Oh, do you have it set to live?
I think so, yeah. The alert delay is 5, so 5 seconds, I guess. I don't know what this slider does. It's my first time using Streamlabs. If I set it to 0, is it gonna break the stream?
I don't know. I'd be afraid to touch anything because it's working well right now.
Yeah.
So is that a timer?
Oh yeah, this is a interval timer. It's like 25, and then it goes to a 3-minute break, and then 25 again. I'm not using it right now because it's just one more thing to keep track of, but it's helpful. It helps you stay concentrated for longer work days. Because if you just go straight with 0 breaks, you get worn out after like 8 or 9 hours, or at least I do. So if you use this, you can go a lot longer.
Noodlebox, I don't know why you can't register on the website. I just looked into it and I didn't see any attempted registrations, so I'm not sure. Nikita, I would prefer, or we'd prefer that if you can, I think we allow user submitted subtitles. So you should be able to submit subtitles in Russian. In terms of voicing over the videos, I don't know. It's more informative if people are watching our videos because then we have the metrics. But like if you actually do that, like we can't really stop you. So. I do know that we have a large Russian audience. And if you know anybody as well that would want to just send us or we might even be able to have people like come in and be official translators. Wizmoon, this is live. Corey, the Discord's coming along. I might be opening the applications up again soon. So keep an eye out. We've already got quite a few of the drivers that came in are already starting to get offers. So things are moving along. I don't know what the issue is with the website that you guys are having, but you might just wait a little bit and try again. We're not paying for like a crazy server, so if too many people sign up at the same time, it might lag out or something.
What am I doing? It's so hard to keep track of stuff on this.
Hello, Priyanshu. Yeah, we've got a pretty international audience, which is really cool.
So what I'm doing right now is actually have 3 different drawings in the light table, plus what I'm currently working on right now. So I have the uncorrected drawings, this one and this one, the 2 keys. And so I have them with the chin overlapping so that I can sort of create the forms from shift and trace for this second key that doesn't have any corrections on it. So I'm basically reconstructing the same motion, like the same distance of motion with everything. So that makes it, because otherwise you would have to do it with like flipping and drawing, but by doing that you can't tell like how far, like how many centimeters the hair is moving to the left, etc. That's just how you do the adjustments for the uncorrected keys. Super confusing right now. What's the pixel size? I'm using a 3 pixel brush. And I've used Flash before, but not for work. Just for drawing. Just random stuff. For this animation, I'm using a combination of 2s and 3s. Actually, it's all on 2s. Yeah, this cut's all on 2s. I thought I had the extremes on 3s, so it was like speeding up in between and then sort of slowing down on the extremes, but it's just 2s. I'm doing cleanup of the keys, so it's called second key. So basically I'm recreating the motion of the layouts with the cleaned up forms that incorporate the animation director's corrections.
Okay, I am back. George, in terms of canvas sizes, it really differs from studio to studio. But a lot of studios actually draw in 720 and scale up to 1080p. Most of them just go. I think more studios now draw in native resolution. I don't know of anyone that does larger than native though. I don't think I know who Howard Wimhurst is. Wimshurst.
Is that the guy that runs Xana Monthly? No, I'm probably thinking so.
That was part of Zetai.
Oh, okay. Jeff. Oh yeah, Ross Draws, that's it. Yeah, totally different guy. Ross Donovan, right?
I know someone in chat's been dabbled in Hyun's dojo. I think. I think Hyun's dojo spawned a lot of the WebGen animators. Wiz, I think you're thinking about the channels Discord. I think a guy was asking about what how that was coming along.
Yeah, I agree about sticks too. Like Optical Core or a couple of those guys have done like sort of transitioning from sticks to sort of blobs and then full body. I probably should have done more of that before I actually got sort of up to my neck in actual cuts.
Yeah, I need to. I kind of wish I did more of that. I started doing that stick figure stuff when I was like 12, and then I stopped. I don't think simple is the right word. I think efficient's the right word. It's mainly because it's cost a lot of Japanese animation. It's limited animation, so it's the more efficient you make it, the more cost effective it is. So if you think about how the Japanese animation pipeline was developed, like Japan used to not be like so when they were developing.
You cut
anime
out for a second.
pipeline
It used to not be what? Sorry.
Japan used to not be a rich country.
Oh, rich
so
country.
The animation pipeline kind of reflected something that was made by a poor country. Which is why the limited animation kind of was developed. Yeah, I mean, they do have full 24 FPS animations, but it costs a lot of money to make those. It's surprisingly still a lot less than what Western productions cost.
Also, the other thing is, like, if you do these designs at 24 frames per second, a lot of the times it just kind of looks like a mess. In that respect,
yeah,
I think
Disney Animation has extremely simplified designs, like for their 2D animation, which makes it easier to do all the high frame rate stuff. I feel like one pitfall though that you could run into with using sticks for your base motion is you still need to make sure that the sticks have the same proportion as the character that's going to get mapped later. But I don't even know how you would manage. I don't even know how to do that. I guess the head size will be all that matters. Head size and arm and leg length. Oh, zucchini juices in chat.
Hey. Welcome. Yeah, I agree with that, zucchini. Like to have a good shorthand mannequin that you can draw is probably the best way to go.
Right now, I just use scribbly blobs.
Yeah, trying to avoid that as much as possible definitely get you be faster later on.
Yeah.
Need to work on that too.
Matthew, I have a map of Maiden Abyss hanging on my wall. It's a really good anime. Took a while for me to get used to like the chibi style though. Wiz is asking, what do you think about the treatment of employees in anime studios?
I think it depends on the studio. A lot of places are kind of strict or pay poorly, and then other places are like way too lenient to the point of it being like, is this really a work environment? I know one studio that I was at, there was a guy that basically lived at the studio and slept like 18 hours a day or something there.
Wow.
And like, because they're super like high level animator, they kind of have to be coddled, but that goes too far in a lot of situations. Or like, I've heard stories about people that only do like 4 cuts in a month and get like $40,000, like roughly US, in standard pay, and they're just doing outside studio work the rest of the time.
Oh.
But even paying that much, they still want them in-house for some reason. I mean, I guess it's not that much of a mystery, but everything's kind of all over the place as far as how people are managed.
I'm like torn on whether or not there should be an animation union in Japan.
I think there
feel
needs
like
to be
it
a
would drive up the
studio
cost.
union more to sort of stand up to the people that are asking for the animation in the first place. Because basically right now all the studios are super weak. And they don't really fight for better pay.
Much to the... Yeah.
And so doing that for animators as individuals is good too. Like, I don't think it's bad, especially with how like ridiculous it is. But if you do it just on the worker level, you'd probably see like 70% of animation studios go out of business. Which, you know, maybe that's a good thing because those are bad business practices, but also there's a lot of people making tons of money off of animation, so to have a studio level sort of union that allowed them to fight for bigger margins.
Like the merchandise phase.
Yeah.
Where it makes a lot of money.
Ultimately, I think that would be more productive.
Yeah, I agree with that.
More Studios. Thanks for watching. Peace out.
Yeah, make the Eastern animators. I think in the West, animators can make up to $60,000 a year. Ooh, Glassdoor says animators make between $44,000 to $97,000 US a year. Most Japanese animators make maybe 30,000. 20 to 30,000.
Yeah, I'd say that's kind of accurate. Like once you're up to key and doing that regularly.
Yeah. If you're just starting off as a Doga artist and you're in-house, you're gonna have to have some savings.
Yeah. That was the first thing they asked me when I went to the interview too. Do you have money saved up for about 3 years? But yeah, I mean...
Be like, no, but I live in my van.
Yeah. Including that too, like... That's another reason why I can't, on good conscience, recommend somebody do Doga for more than 2 years. It's just way too cheap. I mean, if you're in a country with a really low cost of living and you're getting the full 200 yen per drawing, then it'd be good, but...
Yeah, like if you're in China or something.
Yeah. Because that's kind of
popular
like you could
still be in like...
go ahead.
Like rural Japan. If there were some Doga studios based in rural Japan, it might not be too bad.
Yeah, like there is some of that stuff, but like even then, like the cost of food doesn't change that much. You save a lot on rent, but it's just too cheap.
About shonen with fast food animation, I think it's mostly just they've got too much work and there's not enough people. So what happens is they just outsource to Korea, and they're on such a time crunch that they have to just use whatever they get back. Like weekly anime is probably what has that issue the most. It's not necessarily shonen. I don't know if there's any weekly anime that's not shonen. Honestly, I really want to apply for PA Works when I get to Japan. Toyama's way cheaper than Tokyo,
Yeah.
but
They have the
PA Works
dorms
has an
thing.
extremely high skill requirement.
Yeah, I actually applied
Like-
back in 2012 and didn't get in.
Yeah, I thought you did.
Yeah.
Didn't somebody else apply for PA Works that we know?
I don't know. Not off the top of my head, at least.
If you look at PA Works on Google Maps, it's like the upper floor of like some tiny building.
Yeah, I had a friend that was there around the time that they had the incident with the underpaid Doga artist. Like the one where they posted their salary on Twitter and stuff. And it blew up. But I think after that, they had to make a bunch of sort of changes in order to address the issue. So it's probably a pretty nice place to go to. Because like just on paper, the whole dormitory thing sounds really nice.
Mm-hmm.
I am zoomed in too far again. It never ends.
I did hear that those abandoned houses are actually... It's overstated how easy they are to get. At least in terms of availability. Like, there's a lot of abandoned houses, but a lot of them are up for rent, or like
The other thing is
the
it's
owners
also
don't really care.
it's also kind of a condition to have to live within like an hour of the studio. So whether you can find one is one thing, but whether you can find one close to a studio in a rural area, which is a really rare thing as well.
Yeah, you could freelance from rural Japan, I would imagine.
Yeah. Shoulder goes up. There we go. This has been taking way too long. I need to finish this. I'm getting antsy.
You have sped up a lot though,
Yeah, I'm finally
compared to the first
starting
cut.
to get to the hang
We're
of
also
it.
talking less, so. Dizon, what made you go into the anime route as opposed to the American industry? Well, I can say why I want to work in the anime industry. I just think the art's really amazing and inspiring.
Yeah, for me too. It's just
Whereas if you
had
look-
stuff that I wanted to work on. Whereas other countries, not so much. I looked at France for a while too, but I like Japan the most.
Yeah, I just don't like the characters and stuff that the West produces. Like, if America was making stuff that looked like anime, then I'd probably want to work here. Because that would be easier than working in Japan. But I also like Japan as a country, too, so... America's too extroverted.
I wonder if that'll be too much. I guess that looks okay. To fix this area though.
I think no matter what the US does, like it's still gonna look like Western animation. Like to me, even Castlevania by Powerhouse looks like Western animation to me. And that's probably the closest thing the West has made that hasn't been outsourced. That looks in terms of getting close to anime. But it's like the acting of the characters looks. And actually, a lot of those Marvel and DC movies, I don't Spider-Verse probably doesn't apply to, but a lot of the older DC and Marvel stuff was animated in Japan and Korea.
Yeah, I know, like, Under the Red Hood was Korea, I think. Was that Asreed or something? The studio? That reminds me, DR Movie. It's a sort of outsourcer for... They do a lot of work for Madhouse. Did a Hellboy pilot that looks really awesome.
I think a lot of what makes the Western animation look different too is it's just the pipeline. Like they always do voice acting first. They always have people drawing the same characters. Animators don't draw layouts. The director doesn't draw the storyboards. The animators do. It's like Western animation is more of like a collaborative, creative endeavor. Where most of the creativity in anime is in the hands of the director, the character designer, and then some of the creativity is handed to the animators. But that depends on how dictatorial the director is, or how developed their storyboard sheets are.
Yeah, I think in best cases it's a lot like a dance battle or something. Like it's your turn and then you do your thing and then you pass it off to the next person to do their thing. Which is liberating.
There are exceptions though.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can think of a 2D animation that'd be in it. Or like...
You're cutting out a little bit. Can't think of a 2D animation that would be like what?
Like a Western 2D animation that would be an exception.
Primal. Yeah, Primal looks great.
Family Guy, I think, was originally animated in Korea too.
I think it still is, right? Rough Draft Korea. Isn't it the same place
Yeah.
that... I don't think Rough Draft Korea is one studio. It's probably an amalgamation of them, but... Same as The Simpsons. I don't know, maybe you could put in like some super dope Family Guy Sakuga.
There is actually one episode that has
The Disney
kind of
parody?
like crazy
Or-
Disney one. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was like amazed when I saw that. They
Yeah.
probably had to like find a Disney animator.
Yeah, that was animated with Western animators, I recall.
Mhm. Avatar is still pretty Western, and I'm pretty sure they still followed the Western pipeline.
Well, that's Korea though, basically, as far as pipeline
Yeah,
goes, because I don't know, like the storyboards were super strong, like in the sense that Castlevania is really, really strong storyboards that are like basically layout.
That are basically layout. Yeah.
So that part is similar, but everything else was like basically passed off to Korea, and also later Piero in Japan. So
I think the problem with a lot of Western cartoons, like you guys are saying that some of the good scenes in Steven Universe is Korean animators. I think it's because the West doesn't really train animators in house really anymore.
yeah, like LeSean Thomas was saying, to animate, he had to go to Korea to do it.
Yeah. Basically, people are graduating from art schools in the West and then getting jobs at Frederator or whatever, and they don't know how to draw very well. They can draw like cartoony characters, and they can do puppet animations and CG animations, but they just don't have the drawing mileage.
I think even the people that can draw really well just don't get opportunities to do it for the actual animation. That's why, like,
Yeah.
you see people just going crazy with the storyboards. Like, you can tell this person really wants to draw layout,
Yeah.
or maybe effectually that's what's required of storyboard for that pipeline, as for what the director wants. But the people that are doing it are like super talented.
Advice on how to stay on model when drawing anime characters.
I'd say draw overlays, like simplified overlays over the character sheets so that you understand the proportions. And then do simplifications. So like, if you have the head and a line that goes through it, split in half, right? And then the chin is, say you cut this in half, right? And you have this distance, and then equidistant to that is another thing, and you have the tip of the chin. And so you can draw it that same way every time. And then you cut this across here. And then parallel, you go like here. And so like if the cheeks don't go too high, double check, and if the chin position is the same. Like doing square things like this kind of helps you stay on model. And the other thing is, once you're actually into the drawing and you're doing stuff that doesn't have a lot of range of motion, like this cut for example, it's basically a lot of shift and trace. So you have the previous key and the next key, and you just moved the drawing over and retraced it. And here, since the head moves to the left, the hair moves to the right, the opposite direction, because it's slower, like it drags behind the head. And just looking at the line, so like at the top it's connected to the skull, so there's not much space between here, and then as it gets lower, the space gets wider towards the tip of the hair.
Something that helps me too is looking at the actual stroke individual of the character design.
Yeah.
As opposed to looking at the overall shape.
Yeah. And just getting lots of reference in general helps a lot.
I feel like you could get the same. Like if you're trying to do animation, you could probably get the same benefit from just going to a state college or something and do a degree in drawing, as opposed to going to a private art school.
I think as long as you're doing,
especially if you want to work in anime, don't go 200K into debt.
Yeah, as long as you're doing life drawing from day one and just like focusing mainly on life drawing and draftsmanship, it's probably like the most beneficial thing you could do. What is it Zuck said? Character designs where the shape of the anatomy changes according to what angle they are shown at. Feeling pretty damn hard to stay on model. Yeah, that's why you just like pouring through previous episodes for good drawings, trying to find them. It's like one of the things I do. There's a software called PureRef where you can sort of collage images into one thing. Type it into the chat. PureRef. That's how you spell it. But I'll take like lots of images from previous episodes and stuff and collage them together so you can get some reference on it. There's like 4 kinds of shape language in anime, and one of the most influential ones is like the Sadamoto chins that just get longer the more vertical, or the higher you look upwards. Western-styled cartoons made using the Eastern pipeline. The 80s Bugs Bunny cartoons, or DuckTales. Oh yeah, Animaniacs.
Okay. Discord freaked out.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah, it was like trying to install an update.
Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah, that's like Imaishi respect all over the place.
Is this still A2?
Yep.
I
Sorry.
was thinking you might have gotten into A3 already.
What is it, like the 3-hour mark? 4 hours or something?
Yeah, we're at the 3-hour mark. 1 frame per hour.
It's over. I'm a
Yes.
fraud.
I guess the lesson is don't listen to anime. Don't listen to music and respond to Twitch or stream chat while you're trying to animate.
It's okay though. It's fun to do this.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna do way worse too.
I don't know.
For me, it'll probably be 2 hours per frame.
I guess we'll see. It depends, I think.
But my
on
cuts are easier,
what
so
it is.
maybe it'll be about the same.
Also, when I had like all 3 of these visible at once, flipping between them to remember how I had moved the hair between the keys, that was like just overloading my brain too much.
Mm-hmm.
Once I'm actually just flipping back and forth, it's a lot easier to do.
Dezian A2 stands for it references the cell layer and the numerical
The key number?
sequence. Yeah. So A2 would mean it's on the bottom layer and the second frame of the bottom. Yeah, like if you go to like the third page in Animator Survival's Kit, it talks about this old master animator guy.
Wasn't it Milk Call, I think?
Yeah, yeah,
Like, I'm totally feeling the I'm not smart enough to do that at the
Yeah.
same time.
yeah. The animation takes a lot of brain.
I'm feeling super small brained right now.
Shiro, he's talking. He's saying the unplug thing is like stop listening to music
Yeah.
while you're working, because it distracts you from focusing. Though I did have a really productive day the other day, listening to a podcast while I was drawing. But I was doing Doga. I wasn't doing keyframe.
Yeah. I've been saved a lot by music during Toga as well.
Mm-hmm.
Complicated stuff, it's nice to cut the music off.
Hmm. Drawing on paper and scanning drawings in is actually still, I'd say, the most common process in Japan still.
Yeah.
So if you want to learn that way, there's places that are still doing it. But it's probably going to continue trending toward digital drawing.
Yeah, we got like 20 years until the like old guard animation directors have to retire.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess we'll see how it goes. Still though, like even like digital animators do clean up on paper. Like even the new era of like webgen ish, like action digital animators, a lot of them prefer paper or second key.
So well, would you say it's actually necessary to do the shading markup on every frame for Negan?
You don't have to do it on in between references, but everything else, yes. Otherwise, it's not considered a complete cut. Oh. Okay.
I think it's useful for all animators to learn the paper process, just because a lot of the software is trying to mimic the paper process.
Yeah. The other thing too is like for tracing, it's difficult to tell how accurate you should trace without working on paper and seeing paper doga. Because you don't know how it's going to be traced or how detailed something is going to be. Or if they can actually pick up, like if you have two lines that are really close together for like, say there's a zipper on a shirt, and you have like two lines like this. If a doga fills it in, doga artist fills it in, and this whole line, this whole line might just end up just flat black, depending on what size you're drawing it. So, like having a feel for how things are going to be finished and like turned into paint is, I mean, it helps to look at the doga, and it also helps to look at the paint data. So if you don't get a chance to look at the doga, see if you can get a production manager to hand you some paint data. Check that out instead.
There is actually a website, you guys, if you want to buy animation supplies, that's in the US, and they sell round and Acme peg bars and Acme hole punches. To avoid rehashing the same topic, we did talk about Klaus earlier in the stream.
Okay. I think we're done with that.
So this is for which anime? This is for the opening sequence for our YouTube channel.
Sure it's overshoot on each of the sides. Yep.
We have an official Discord, but it's application only, and the applications are currently closed. But they might be opening again soon. In terms of the forum registration, I don't know what's going on. About half the people in here that signed up, it worked for, and half it didn't. So you might just try again later today or something.
Two first. Overshoot to the right.
I will say, just for you guys that are interested in applying for the Discord, it does have a fairly strict entry requirement. You don't have to be like anime tier good, but you have to show that you have the... Basically, we're trying to find people that are about a year to 2 years away from being able to work for the anime industry.
people that are kind of like on track to getting there. So like, if you're interested in improving your figures and just like draftsmanship and doing like animation drills and stuff.
And the reason we have those requirements is because there's like a zillion art discords that cover kind of beginner drawing stuff. So those are good places to kind of get together, meet people, and learn. Like if you're going from like real basic beginner kind of stuff. Yeah, we can't bring in the thing is because basically the server is made up of we've got a ratio of pro animators to strivers that we're trying to maintain because animators are extremely busy, so we don't want to overload them with questions and feedback requests and stuff. Yeah, pay attention too, because I'll make an announcement on my Twitter when the applications open back up. Last time I only had it open for 10 days because of how many people applied. So if you just follow me on Twitter, then you'll get notified whenever it's out. Because there's going to be a short window. So is this A3 or is this the first?
This is A2. So I did A1 and 3. Now I'm on to the breakdown. The breakdown should be faster. It's just the hair.
Yeah.
So this is a partial key. Basically, if you draw a rough for somebody when the difference of motion is only like this small, it'll just lead to the face and stuff like melting and deforming on the in-between frames. So in this case, you just draw the parts that you want to increase the motion density of, and then you leave the rest to the in-betweener. So I won't be drawing any of the face, but I'll draw like maybe the nose or something for reference, so that they know that it's a straight in-between. And then the in-between artist will trace this, and then in between the rest.
Nicholas, when I'm looking at the portfolios for the Discord applications, it's mainly, there's like essay questions on there too. So it's basically just, we're looking at, first of all, drive, like how passionate you are about it, because you have to be passionate about it in order to actually be able to put the time in. And in terms of drawing, it's mainly just seeing that you're putting an effort for studying anatomy and gestures and maybe some things that look like you've made attempts at creating something that looks like that resembles Genga, and maybe a couple animations. We have denied people that have just had they've had amazing portfolios of like paintings, and illustration and animation are very different skills. So the people that get into the Discord, we're trying to basically help them transition into the industry, like building up mock cuts and things like that for them to post on Twitter. And if we think that they're ready, we'll recommend them to Japanese production assistants. Like we've already had three people that came in, got their first anime offer after like 3 months. I mean, as much as we can, we'll help them get jobs, but it's mostly just like the pros in the server that are freelancers, that have contact with the production assistants. They'll basically recommend the people that get in if they feel like they're ready, and then the PAs will contact them.
And the other thing is just mainly giving advice, being able to post stuff with people that have the same goals.
Yeah. And then the concept behind it is the people that move into the Japanese animation industry stay on the server, hopefully, and then they help the next crew that comes in. So we can kind of have like a conveyor belt almost, like making new animators. But even the people that are in the server that are pros, like they're still asking each other questions.
Yeah.
There's stuff that's like you never stop learning. No. A lot of the production assistants will actually do job offers in English. The people that contacted me were talking in Japanese, but I know enough Japanese where I can sort of guess what they're saying, respond accordingly. But I did actually misinterpret something that one guy said. He said I thought he was asking me to contact him close to February about getting a job, but he was actually, that's the deadline. So, and he was offering me the job, so I had to ask my friends who speak Japanese better or can read better, and they corrected me. If you accept a job from the anime industry and you don't know Japanese, you're gonna have a really hard time. I think at a minimum, you're gonna want to be able to recognize or look up kanji, and it's gonna be really advised to at least know hiragana and katakana. Which hiragana and katakana you can learn pretty quickly.
Yeah, like some productions will provide sort of translations tacked onto the storyboard, but it's also the production assistant just sort of Googling English and trying to put a translation on it. So a lot of times it's like not intelligible. So it's good to have Japanese as a backup. And also that's only like 10% of productions that are doing that right now. It kind of limits.
Like something that we made a video on storyboard notation or ekonte notation, which a lot of people has been saying has helped them a lot. A lot of the freelance work that comes out is you're given a storyboard or an ekonte, and then you have to make a layout. So having a resource like that where you can learn all the notations, then when you're looking at the storyboard, you can know like, oh, this means that the background's going to be blurred, or that this means that there's multi-plane mode. I don't know if Google Translate's photography translation is good enough to translate storyboard Japanese. It gets real abstract.
Impressionist.
Yeah. Impressionist kanji. If you squint your eyes, you might be able to tell what it is.
Well, like there's the shu that I was writing for correction. Shu say if you write it correctly. But some people just do
this one looks like a squiggle.
This or just this. There's no way to tell what it is without context.
Without knowing what it is.
Yeah.
If you guys listen to my podcast with Ilya Kushinov, he was basically saying Japanese language skill is actually more important than drawing skill if you're trying to get into the anime industry. Unless your drawing's extremely good, in which case they'll hire you despite they'll work around the language barrier more willingly.
How many times do you save on average your work to not lose it? I just realized I hadn't saved for like 2 hours, so I just did.
Ooh.
But when I'm at work and just by myself, I'm usually just like slamming Control S all the time.
Yeah, I save every time I finish a frame, I mean. And then if I'm halfway through the cut, I actually save a backup. So I just save it again, like cut 7 underscore, because sometimes I've really messed up. I like closed to the software without saving, and I would hit cancel instead of save. So having a backup saved is good because you never know what could happen. Power goes out.
Like, thankfully, Clip Studio has this like restore option where like it'll sort of automatically save, but sometimes Windows will just like automatically restart. Like you put it into sleep to take your computer home, and you start it up when you get home, and it had restarted your computer to install an update. It's like, oh, thank you. You didn't even have a notification for that. Great. But Clip Studio, I guess they updated it because that would happen. So it keeps your file as like a restorable thing.
Something with the translation too, like even if you have like a resident Japanese person, if they don't know animation terminology, they might not even be able to help that much.
Yeah.
They probably help some.
Actually, at studio
like,
I worked at, somebody was actually in that position, like they're a translator by trade, but they just came over to ask me terminology for like 3 hours. Yeah.
There's a lot of terms. If you don't know how many terms there are, just watch our story notation video.
Yeah, that's like not even.
That's a taste.
We still need to do a timesheet notation one.
Yeah. Need free time. We kind of touched on X sheet notation a little bit, and
like a tiny bit though. Like we need the storyboard, all of the storyboard stuff, but how to write it on a timesheet.
Yeah,
would be ideal.
You just cover the entirety of Satsuma.
Yeah.
So we just read the whole thing and have visual examples. That'd probably work.
Satsuma long read. 50-hour stream. No, but having them as like worksheets and stuff is probably more useful for like new freelancers and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I forgot what I was doing. It's not all.
Can we ask for better pay since we're American? No, not really.
I mean, you can. It's just whether they'll give it to you or not. It kind of depends on if the cuts are good or not. Like people have been surprisingly receptive to asking for extra money, and not just because you're American, but because the standard price is really low.
Like they need you probably pretty badly to work on the cut they're trying to give, their cuts that they're trying to give you. So you have some bargaining power, but
like spending an extra.
I don't imagine you can get more than $10. Might be the most you could get.
Like I know one of my friends is doing his work for, like he does 150% of the offering price every time, just as a policy. Just one of my Japanese friends.
Life is more expensive in America if you make it more expensive. Like my rent right now is $200 a month. Because I have roommates. Like you can't do freelancing in the anime industry and live somewhere that costs $1,000 a I mean, you might be able to, but you're not going to be eating very well.
That's the thing for Japan too. Like in Tokyo, the average rent price is maybe $800 or something, but they don't recommend you to stay in any place that's more than $400. And I stayed at like a $300 place. Like find a place that has a toilet in the room, and then look for the cheapest one that does.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to go outside to take a dump.
I feel like if you live in Japan, your job opportunities increase. So I'd say it's more ideal to be in Japan. And you're going to learn Japanese.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess yeah. They both have their advantages, so it's like kind of a lifestyle choice, but from a strictly...
I mean...
Like if you're... go ahead.
I think America has a stronger visa than Japan for, like, if you're a citizen, but I don't think that's anything to even have to worry about. Like if you're trying to naturalize to Japan. So I'm sure Japan Japanese nationals can go pretty much anywhere in East Asia.
Oh yeah,
So
the
you could also-
passport's really nice. Okay, finally remembered what I'm doing with the overlapping action here. Part of it's moving to the left, but then the longer parts are like one beat off. Like this stuff all goes to the right, and then this goes to the left because it's longer. Yeah, about
feel like
Osaka being
these-
cheap, that's true, but the thing you want to watch out for is studios in Osaka pay like half compared to what they do in Tokyo. So that's kind of spooky. You might want to avoid that.
I do feel like living in a city in Japan is cheaper than living in a city in the US, though, because Japan has a lot more small square footage accommodations. Like, you won't find anything smaller than like 500 square feet in the US.
Like, yeah, I don't know what a $300 apartment would look like in like Los Angeles or something.
I don't even think that exists.
Okay.
Because I was on the West Coast for a while trying to rent 1-bedroom apartments, like studios, and it was like 1,200. And that was just in Washington.
Gotcha.
Can't imagine what California would be. I know Seattle was like 2,000 for studio apartments.
Can't pay that.
I know if you live in a trailer park in LA, it's $500 a month for renting the parking spot.
Jeez. But most of the studios are LA, right? Or is it San Francisco?
Like animation studios?
Yeah. But I guess we're talking about
Yeah, I think
freelancing
so.
for Japanese studios. So, yeah.
Yeah. No, we do not live together. I'm in Louisiana, and Will is in Tokyo. Galaxy, you might be coming in 3 hours into the stream, but I think we're gonna be going for like a lot longer.
Yeah, I'll be going till at least 4 or 5 more hours, at least.
Yeah, so like two or 3 more hours.
Yeah, we met on Skype.
Yeah.
I met Jared on Skype. It's like a sort of drawing group.
It was a drawing group called Striving for Animation. Back in 2013. And that's where the channel got its name.
Japan with an animation job, where would the best place to live? There's a Suginami ward. Suginami. Whoa, I got the caps lock on. Suginami ward in Tokyo is easily, like the highest concentration of studios. There's a street near where I live, and there's actually more animation studios than there are convenience stores. Just along the one strip. So, like if you're not as good at drawing, you have the language bonus if you know Japanese. And then if you live in the Suginami area, you have the location bonus for convenience for production assistants. Because they like being able to come get your cuts. Well, that's more of like an analog thing, but it helps.
Castlevania would pay way more than Fooly Cooly or Space Dandy.
Yeah. I think I heard someone say it's like
in-house
3 or 4 times as much. I mean, the way they pay is different. But...
Yeah, Fooly Cooly is Japanese anime. And they actually had paid a lot of freelancers to do like progressive and alternative. But they're paying like anime rate, like $20 a cut, $30 a cut maybe. Castlevania's made...
You cut out. You got up to Castlevania.
Castlevania's made in Texas.
Oh yeah. Alright, time for another Super Monster.
Yeah, I'm about there too. I'm not even working. I kind of wish I was working because I feel like I'm wasting a lot of time, but
yeah.
I don't think a dual stream would be practical.
We could tag out sometime and I can work on other stuff.
Yeah, it would start a new stream video though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you want to, like, I could, after you finish this, we could start.
Like for the next
start
cut?
a fresh stream.
Yeah.
Then you would just stay on audio and then work on some other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Heckmar, I kind of agree. Like, animation isn't that particularly bad, but there's something off about it. But when you pause it, it looks really great.
I still have to see Castlevania. Like I've only seen the
tried watching
Spencer
an
Wong
episode-
highlights and stuff. And it looks
So
super
knows.
awesome.
Yeah, the Spencer one cut. But I like tried watching the first episode,
Mhm.
and there was something that was just kind of jarring about it. I couldn't really put my finger on it.
Well, I think they have like a big difference in the type of animators they're using. It's like a sort of a Legend of Korra situation, where they have like super talented action animators, and then the people doing talking scenes are people that are more focused on producing a lot of work within a short amount of time. So that might be it. I don't know. But I noticed that on Legend of Korra, that there's like if you compare the episodes that are done by, I forgot the name of the Korean studio, but the Korean episodes of Korra and the ones by Piero has like, towards the end you can see when they're running out of time, and the character drawings actually start going off model or sort of being like looser, but the layouts are always like really strong. And then for Korea, it's always like the character drawing is super tight, but the way it moves or the layout, like the way they draw the perspective and the lens sort of feel to it, kind of ends up looking like the quality degrades on that side instead of the character art. It seems like probably just the way that they work is different. Wait a minute, who dissed Spencer Wong?
I think he's just responding to someone saying they thought it was that Castlevania was badly animated. What do we think about 3D animes like Baki or Berserk?
It's just kind of sad.
It's a little delusional, I think.
Yeah. Like in the case of Baki, it's like you can tell they actually had time to do it, but Berserk, it's just like...
Berserk.
Because I know some people that worked on it, and it's just you can tell that they weren't given enough time to do something that can respect the comics.
They probably outsourced it somewhere, and then got the cuts back. And they're like, well, we have to release this in 3 days. We have to put this in. Put it out then.
I mean, the Studio
I don't think people
4C
want
Berserk with the 3D fight sequences and stuff, like, it's not the aesthetic that I like in particular, but it's like a quality adaptation, or adaptation, at least.
Yeah, Hoseki no Kun 3D anime. But what they do is they know what the limits of 3D CG is.
Also, there's like
And, like,
really
anytime they
good
do really
animators on
close-up-
it too.
Yeah, anytime they do close-ups, it's often 2D animation. And they blend the 2D animation with the 3D. Like if you have like cloth ripping, that would be like drawn. But if it's just like character acting, then they can do it with CG. God Gifu, it will remain in the channel if we set it up right. I think I think it's set up where it's gonna save to the channel.
Yeah, I just realized I'm not taking a backup recording or anything, so... Yeah.
That'd be a huge file.
Yeah. Might want to consider taking a backup next time. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Oh yeah, Beastars looks amazing. For sure. And they have
also
like
think
all
that-
kinds of mediums in it too. There's like stop motion and stuff too, right?
I think that some anime 3D is a good medium for it, like a business fish,
What?
like where it's just dialogue driven and comedy.
Oh, business fit.
You don't really have to have crazy animation.
Well, like for Beastars
I'm
too,
pretty
it's
sure-
crazy good animation, but like they designed for it, you can tell, and they're actually putting in enough time to make it look good. And also like they've designed something that's not a imitation of 2D for the most part.
Yeah.
And so it's like its own thing that's playing to 3D strengths. So I like those kind of things. Good to play to your strengths.
Not banana fish. I said banana, but I tried to correct myself mid sentence. It's business fish.
Business fish.
I don't know who. Someone showed me that show and it was kind of funny.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm done with this frame yet. Is that sufficient?
Savio, that's a good question. Let me get a calculator.
Oh yeah, Banana Fish has an enemy. I actually almost got to work on that, but I didn't have time to accept. That would have been cool.
Average frames per second, what do you think is like 10?
I had a estimate for the total frames. It was like 150 that we're using.
So Doga would be roughly $600. Genga would be like
7 times 4,000, right?
well, I'm doing US dollars.
Oh, okay. 7 times 40.
That'd be for Ichi and Tiny Genga.
No, it's 2,000 would be like the most common.
So 2,000 per cut twice.
Yeah, so 7 times 40.
7 times 40. And then Sakan
7 times 10.
7 times 4. 7 times 10
Yeah.
for both. Counts both checks.
Yep. Sakan's cheap.
$5 each.
Yeah.
And then coloring frame.
150 per frame.
So 150 times $1.50. Not including compositing the budget for the. Well, you can say this sounds right to you.
For the animation only.
$1,170.
Yeah, sounds about right. You did Doga as well?
Yeah, Doga was
So you
600.
have, so you
That
have
was at
Key at
$4 a frame.
4,000, Sakkan, and also we're not putting in Enshitsu, so Enshitsu would be maybe for something
10.
like that. I guess you could just
Or another 5, change that to 15 maybe. 7 times 15 for all the checks.
you could do it the same as Sakkan, probably, because usually Enshitsu is per episode, so it's kind of hard to put a per episode value on a 30-second thing.
So this is 22 seconds or something like that. 22 seconds of animation, and the budget would be, if we were getting paid, $1,210. And that'd be about a month of work between 4 different people. So each person working on it would have made like $300.
Rolling in the big bucks.
Mm.
No, but like for layout, if you were really like on it from day one and could spend all day on it, you could do it in maybe like 4 days or something.
Yeah,
Not even
if
4
we were
days.
working non-stop on this, we could probably do it in 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah.
So that'd be like $300 per person.
Ooh.
But it'd be 2 people working on it, so yeah, it'd be like $600. So $300 a week per person. If the people are, if the Inshitsu and the animator is the same, and the Sakkan and the animator.
Okay, I guess I'll call this frame done as well. This is A1. Rawr. 2.
Was this a 3-frame cycle or 4 frames?
There's one more breakdown on the way back. Actually, I'll not draw that blind. I should probably check what I actually drew. Yeah, it's the opposite.
Is animation career taxing on relationships?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say. Like, if you've seen that, I can't remember, like, he documentaries talks about his relationship with his son and how he basically had none,
Oh god.
and it made Goro kind of resentful. And Tales of Earthsea is actually kind of about Hayao Miyazaki's bad parenting.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, like in the documentary, Hayao Miyazaki, when you watched the first screening of it, he kept leaving the theater room and smoking cigarettes.
Oh man. It's kind of a spicy thing to do.
Yeah. I don't know if it would if the pricing would change much based on the complexity of the character designs, but the length of the cut and maybe the complexity of the animation.
Yeah, I'd say that's a fair assessment. Because a lot of shows have really complex designs, but the pay is still like 2,000 yen.
Something Ilya Kushina was saying with drawing animation that sometimes it's actually easier to just draw like 100 lines than it is to draw like a character on model moving through 3D space.
Or to draw like
So-
a expressive form with like really few
Yeah.
lines also too.
Yeah.
It's probably hard.
So the trial and error kind of stuff takes more time and energy than just drawing a character with lots of hair, I think.
Mm.
I mean, it'd be nice if they paid more for more complicated character designs, but
Yeah. Still remember doing mechs for 220 yen for Doga.
ooh.
That's just like makes you want to die.
Yeah, Goro Miyazaki is who I was talking about. There's a documentary about it. I can't. It's like the behind the scenes of Tales of Earthsea. Or it might be behind the scenes of Up on Poppy Hill. And they start by talking about Tales of Earthsea. Ryan, that's a great question. When an A1 is in a when the cell label is in a circle, that means it's a keyframe. If it's in a triangle, it means it's a guide for Doga artist.
So basically the difference between that is if something's a keyframe, it means you trace everything precisely. And that's supposed to be like a perfect reproduction of that is supposed to be what you draw as a Doga artist. And if it's a reference, you use that as a base to in between the other stuff. And also keys have to be completely colored with shadow on them. But Doga references can be just partial or rough.
I don't know. I think most people that are auteurs typically have some issues because they get kind of like obsessive over their work.
Mm.
It's kind of I guess, the price of genius. Doga sort of equals. It's a mix of in between and cleanup. So those stages happen in tandem. So you with Doga, it's different than just in between because you're not just drawing the frames in between the frames that Will's drawing right now. You're drawing your trace. Well, I don't even like using the word tracing. You're cleaning up the final keys, and then you draw in betweens between the final cleaned up keys.
Yeah.
And the in betweens that you're drawing are at the level of cleanliness of the keys that you just cleaned up.
At or greater, I guess. And then the other thing is the lines that you draw as a Doga artist are the actual lines that are on screen. So those get actually scanned in or converted to pixel data and painted.
Yeah, so any mistakes you make in Doga is going to end up on the screen if the coloring artist can't catch it. But if your Doga is too bad, then you're just not going to get hired again for Doga.
Oops.
What do you think about working at Kyoto? Kyoto is probably the hardest. I don't know. Is it? I would think it's the hardest studio to get.
Kyoto Animation? Yeah, I'd agree.
They get like really technical with everything and really precise and perfectionist.
Well, the other thing, like I was talking a little bit earlier about how weird managing is in Japan. Like places that aren't managing their staff really aren't managing them. And Kyoto, Kyoto Animation, the thing that they do really well is creating like a sort of homogeneous work environment that's managed really well. And so like if you're not performing, you'll get fired or removed from a project. And you do everything sort of together with your team. Whereas other studios, like you'll come in and maybe not talk to anybody for the entire 12-hour day and then leave.
Someone asked earlier if we're gonna do more streams like this more often. I'm gonna say the answer is yes, but it's only gonna happen when we need to do work like this. So like after this is done, after all these cuts from this stage, we're gonna do a video about second key, and then we're gonna go to Doga, and then we'll live stream the Doga work. Same thing, we'll live stream coloring. I don't think we'd live stream anything beyond coloring.
Yeah, because composite is like, we'll have to be sort of figuring out how to do it as we go along.
Yep. Doga Doga will be interesting enough to live stream. I don't know, coloring might be kind of boring. But I think it'd be interesting for people to see how it's done.
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, because if you're talking about boring, this is super boring too. It's like the same four drawings for 4 hours. So
yeah,
I think it's more important to see like the process.
Yeah.
Plus, it kind of lends itself to streaming the Doga work. You use your brain a little bit less.
Mm-hmm.
Less decision making too.
What's the best possible position to have in a studio regarding and regardless of salary?
I think it depends entirely on what you want to do. For me, it's key because you have like a little bit more freedom, and when you're an animation director or sakkan, a lot of it is just like fixing menial mistakes, so it's not very fun.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you don't get paid as much. Well, I guess that also depends on how you do the work. But the price for sakkan for one cut is 1,000 yen, and for layout it's 4,000. So it depends on which you can do faster. But for me, my pay went down after I started doing correction work.
Yeah, I think the answer to that question would be mostly what you find artistically fulfilling. Because it's got to be something that's keeping you there. Because the money's not going to be it.
How much do you think it's fine to change the corrections you're given for second key? That's a good question. It depends on the context. So like if you have a hold with like just the character face, and like say the face is asymmetrical or something, then you would trace one side of the face very accurately and then use that one side as a key to fix the opposite side of the face. So that's that it's on model. And for stuff that's within like a motion, a lot of times people will write a memo like, I drew the hair just like so it's on model, but feel free to change it to go with the flow of your animation. So I do know a lot of people like to change the animation director's drawings for key. And like some of the action animators I've talked to as well do it a lot. But it's always a sort of fight with the Enshitsu and Sakugan about how much they can change. It's difficult to say exactly how much, but I think some is good, but you should be able to show the Sakugan that you can do an accurate trace of their drawings. Because I know there's a lot of occasions where I'll draw corrections for something and all they had to do was just trace the drawing and they do something entirely different and I have to redraw the entire. Like if you basically just go through and retrace your own drawing again for them.
Yeah. Ilya Kushima was talking about that too with his Soul Sakugan work.
Yeah. Like zucchini juice, like I don't think you'd be doing something stupid like that. So to be honest,
at the end of the day too, like even if you're trying to beat the Sakugan, I guess, he's gonna do corrections over what you give back to him, and you're never gonna see it again. So he could just do it how he wanted to do it, regardless of what you draw.
I guess another thing somebody told me was everything that you draw, make sure that it's not a blind trace of something else. So if you really don't understand the logistics behind the drawing, then you should fix it. So if you frame your corrections as not, I fixed your crappy drawing, Mr. Sakugan, and more of, I adjusted things, the character's drawn too huge. Okay. You mean like in comparison to everybody else, or? Those would be off model, yeah. Smears would be off model. Yeah, for a lot of like smears or in the middle of motion stuff, I'll just put in like light corrections on the face and then leave the smears to be like, you can do these smears however you want. Like if it's a person that's obviously like cares about how their smears look. A lot of times people will do like a smear with like, I don't know, a weird like this kind of thing. It's like not cool at all. So sometimes I'll correct those, but if you can tell they care about the smears, then I'll leave it to them entirely. But for Zuck, if the character is too huge and you want to fix it, it depends also on if like there's a bunch of keys or not, and also if like, say there's two characters drawn on the same cell or not. So like if it's on a separate cell, you can just like shrink it down and give them two versions with the memo. And I've done that sometimes. But if it's like two guys holding hands walking or something, then it's best to just trace the keys or trace the corrections. You do run into those like weird things that you don't know if you should trace it like this or not. And I always wince whenever I'm doing corrections because I imagine that I'm drawing those kind of things for people and hoping it's
worst
not.
case scenario, if it's too big, they could shrink it again in corrections after Negan, and then it won't really matter that the lines are thicker, I don't think. I mean, thinner, because the Doga artist would still have to draw it the right thickness.
Do you plan to create your own series in the future? It's not that the characters are huge, it's that throughout the corrections, the character is resizing by a large margin. And it's not supposed to happen. Ah, gotcha. So like within the motion. Yeah, I would personally fix it.
I think it would be fun to create my own original work in the future. The logistics of that is very difficult. You need money, you need a scenario, you need a studio. So I think it's a goal that's worth having, but it's not something that you can really even think about until you're prominent in the industry.
For me on that question, I'd say I'm not really interested to do a series in the future, because the problem that the industry has right now is basically like too much stuff going on at once, and everybody that sort of breaks into making a new studio or project to fix things doesn't really have a good prescription for the issues. And so they're just creating more outsourcing by doing that. And so I'd be contributing to the degradation of the industry, is the way I see it. So only if I
wouldn't
had the confidence that, okay, if I did this, like this short, for example, I've been debating on sort of outsourcing the in-betweens to like a Japanese Doga artist or something for double or triple price, just so that you can sort of support their dying efforts, if you know what I mean. But otherwise, yeah, I like freelancing.
Yeah, I wouldn't, I don't think I would even make an attempt or even think about something like that until I'm like 50.
Also, yeah,
like
mainly
in terms of making a series or something, or a movie.
Yeah.
Like if I've got 30 years of animation experience behind me, yeah, then I think at that point I would know whether or not that'd be something within my grasp.
Also, yeah, I agree with Caesarean pizza. I just want to do like Sakuga stuff in the future. Not in the future, but like now and onward, as much as possible. Caesarean.
Yeah, I don't think I would ever be like a Sakuga animator. It's just not where my drive is. I'm more interested in like the holistic storytelling medium, which is why I want to do like Inshutsu or Kantoku. But I feel like a good Inshutsu or good Kantoku will have learned all of the stages of the pipeline, so that when they're going through the pipeline, the people that are working for them or with them knows that, okay, this guy that I'm working for knows what I'm experiencing.
About balancing work and relationships. I just cut down on everything that's not work or the relationship that I need to prioritize, personally. Because, yeah, you just don't have enough time for other stuff. And also, timers. I have this timer right here that I'm not using right now because I'm streaming, but time your work and be able to predict as accurately as possible how long something is going to take. so that you can keep promises to people. And I still have problems with that, but yeah, working towards bettering that as much as possible is probably the only way to preserve relationships. Either that or you can just be like super skilled and draw fast.
Yeah.
Because I know some guys that only work like 6 hours a day, and they're like, what? You can focus for more than 6 hours? What are you doing?
X Eaton says, how many years of experience do you guys have in animating? For me,
years?
it's like a year. Like I've only been seriously taking animation seriously for like a year, but I've been studying it for like 5 years, just kind of as a hobby.
I started doing Doga in 2012. 2012 or 2013, I think. And then I did Doga for 3.5 or 4 years. And then second key, and then started finally doing layout like 5 or 6 years into it.
Do anime studios take student interns for the summer?
I know Satellite does. Also Colorido.
I think you have to speak Japanese, but yes.
Not particularly. Like, I remember
Really?
people that couldn't really speak well were doing internships. But they were out of like mostly
actually, I have a friend who
French
did an
animation technical schools.
Yeah, like if you go to Gobelins or Gobelins, however you say that.
Goblins?
The French animation school. If you go there, I know a lot of those people will get to do internships in Japan. How did you guys learn anatomy? I still don't know anatomy.
I brush up on it kind of regularly. I like Vilpu and Loomis. Vilpu's like really flowy, and Loomis is really like blocky and construction-ish thing. So like sort of combining the two, you get like both of the extremes, and that's nice.
Yeah, I haven't gone far Loomis, but I went through Vilpu's video series on figure drawing, and then I've also done like the equivalent of 3 semesters of figure drawing, live figure drawing, and in addition to doing like croquis cafe and stuff like that. But like if you asked me what the third bone up your arm is, I don't know.
Two, three, four. And then since it's the last key in the sequence, or last key in the cell, I put an end mark. And repeat.
Glenn Vilpu is a kind of like master figure artist who used to work at Disney training animators figure drawing. So like he trained a lot of the Tarzan animators. But he studies like classical drawing, like Michelangelo type stuff. If you start at age 17 and practice, I mean, at 17 you're still relatively, you have good neuroplasticity, so like 3 years, you could, 2 to 3 years, you can learn a lot.
Yeah.
It gets harder the older you get. Like the people that are really, really good probably started when they were 12. Like that's one thing I thought was crazy about Ilya Kushunov. He said he started drawing when he was like 12, and he was like doing like 20 sketches a week or 50 sketches a week.
Yeah. But like Vilpu's good. I like Loomis. Hampton's cool. Bridgman's cool. Like whatever gets you drawing and actually looking at anatomy and the figure. Because I know a lot of animators in Japan that just never really study it, and they're 30-year veterans that don't know anatomy. So as long as you're doing something, I think it's good. Can't go wrong with like old masters. Well, not really old masters, but like that era of figure drawing books are all quite good. I started when I was 10. I'm jelly. Like I started when I was in high school.
I started drawing when I was like all I would do is like copy the covers of Goosebumps books. Or I'd like pause the TV and draw like characters or Fairly Odd Parents or something.
I started doing that with Cowboy Bebop like second year of high school, so I'm like super late.
Oh
in
wow.
the game.
I should have done that. I was wasting my time drawing SpongeBob.
Gen animators are younger and younger, yeah. Always wish I started sooner.
Yeah, Verkreek got his first anime credit in Sword Art Online at age 16.
Yeah. Also, the cuts looked really good.
Yeah. I feel like the hardest part about getting good at drawing is being able to have the time to get good. Like if you're working full time, it's very, very hard. Like if you're working at like a restaurant or something.
Yeah.
Like I just managed to start doing freelance animation after kind of learning enough about it that I could get like indie jobs. And I got my cost of living below $300 a month. Or around $300 a month, so that I could afford it. Like if your cost of living is above $300 a month, then you're gonna have a hard time clocking the hours, because you're gonna have to pay for your rent somehow.
Yeah, for sure.
The music is a Creative Commons lo-fi hip-hop.
It said 12-hour mix, but it's like the same 5 tracks repeated.
Yeah. Chill lo-fi hip-hop beats free. What it's called.
So we don't get a copyright strike.
Yep. Yeah, music's the worst way to get copyright strikes. if you rent that studio with 3 roommates, your cost of living will go down to $250 a month. You just get 2 sets of bunk beds. Get like three artists. Just live in bunk beds or hammocks.
I actually have a group of animator friends that have it's just 4 of them living in an apartment too. And it's nice because they all always like get to practice together and stuff.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, your rent costs can get as low as many people as you're willing to stuff into one place without upsetting your landlord. Well, just tell them you're striving for animation. And they'll be like, what? Bunk bed life. What it takes.
Oh, Hune's Dojo actually lives together, or? Interesting. I mean, obviously not all of them, but...
I guess I'll do the feet
Do feet?
animation for my stream.
Oh, okay.
I think that one's a relatively low risk.
It's actually pretty hard. That's the hardest one. I
Really?
think. Yeah. Because you have tons of bed animation and stuff, like bouncing up and down between the keys.
Oh, yeah. I can do the bathroom.
Yeah, you could
I'll finish cut 1 and then I'll finish the bathroom.
You could do bathroom and cut 1, or also the fist bump one is pretty easy, as far as like just difficulty level, straight up difficulty level.
I think with cut 1, all I have to do is already actually started on it, so I just gotta do the shading markup. If you need artist roommates, I can attest to this. You can move anywhere in the United States with $500 and a car. So find people that live in your country. Have them drive, and boom, you're good to go.
Okay, let's see if this doesn't look too janky. Oh, forgot the arm on here. It's left.
For the backgrounds, I think Will's gonna try to do them. I'm gonna try to do one because I want to try. But I'm just gonna do the bathroom scene background because if I did one of the other cuts, it would look probably jarring against the other backgrounds.
Because it's the same location.
Yeah. Paneling and stuff like that. And the bathroom can have different walls.
Mhm. So, let's see if this works now. Timeline gets so huge.
There you go. Somebody move in with Maxi. Will is not using vector layers.
Yeah, we'll go for vector once we're doing Doga. This is actually most people stick with raster for key because they sort of prioritize having feathering like on the ends, on like sharp tips for the lines and just sort of texture and stuff. And that gets toned down a little bit on the key trace for Doga. Okay.
Will, are you gonna need a break between streams?
Huh? Do I need a break?
Yeah, between streams.
No, I just gotta get like resituated a little bit. Just like
Okay.
5 minutes is fine.
It'll probably take me like 10 minutes.
Okay.
And I'm gonna need like 5 minutes to go take care of some stuff, and then it'll probably be about 5 minutes for me to set up.
So that's it for second key for this cut. And I have pegs up here at the top, just flat pegs.
See, Saren, I don't know if I want to go too into that question because I don't think that's I could talk to it that much, but I do know that Japanese culture is pretty hetero, aside from, you know, having like flings with the same gender as a kid or like an adolescent teenager. But it's kind of expected in the culture that even if you're kind of messing around with someone of the same gender as a teenager, that you're eventually going to settle down with somebody of the opposite gender. So that's why it's relatively normal for people to like read yaoi and yuri. Because they don't really see it as like an agenda sort of thing. It's just kind of like entertainment. But I mean, there's also like, you could say that there's representation of trans people in anime, but I think the trans community doesn't necessarily like the characterizations in anime. Yeah, I don't think if there's LGBT representation in anime, it's probably just because of the cute and fun reasons more than representation. Like, I don't think they're like, what's it called when you have a group of people express opinions? I don't think they do those things.
Oh yeah, the Sailor Moon thing.
Oh, a focus group. What I was thinking of. Well, how much time do you think you have left on this cut?
I'm pretty much done. I was just gonna show the export settings.
Okay.
And then oh, I forgot the line.
Yeah, you could loop it for a little bit, and then I'm gonna go take care of a couple things.
Okay.
Start setting up for the second stream.
Okay. I'll just finish up within 10 minutes.
All right.
We're probably gonna finish the second key video at the end of next month. So towards the end of January. And then we'll be on to Doga. Because I was actually hoping to get all of the second key done during this winter break. And we'll see how it goes. Because I have like other studio work to do, but hopefully we can get done with at least 2 out of 3 of the cuts.
Are we concluding the stream for this cut?
Yeah, I guess so. Let's see. So now that it's done, for exporting the batch export, file export animation, cells, and what they have as an option is export drafts within animation cells. That means that any draft layer, it's like for, we use the draft layer in this case for the shadow markup, but you can also use it for like sketching underneath. So you export the draft layer because your shadow markup's on that, and then you also export the layers not in animation folders. And that means that because I have this pegbar image for the template, it'll export those for, it'll export all of the frames with that, like any visible layers on top of it as well. So we cut 3, second key, 2 with the second key, and it'll just automatically export any visible layer.
We will be
shows up.
starting another stream in about 10 minutes after this one. So if you guys want to rejoin us.
And that shows up like this, just as image data. And when you hand in second key, you would basically hand it in like this. And that's it. So we'll be back in like 5 minutes. And I'll be on just a microphone, talking with Chad and doing some work, and Jared will be working on second key for his cut.
Yep. Hope to see you guys back. Thanks for hanging out for 3.5 hours.
Yeah. It was nice. So we'll see you soon.